Your sound is off. Your sound is off.
Hello, we are not hearing you.
She doesn't realize her sound is off. The microphone is.
Hello, there is no audio.
Yeah, we are able to communicate with each other, but not with the main program.
Bindu Madhav here. Good morning, Professor from Bindu Madhav.
Bindu Madhav, how are you?
I'm fine. So
I can
looks
hear
like
you, but I can't hear
we
the
are
main.
able to communicate.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Professor Saifur Rahman, for becoming the president. And
Thank you very much. I'm the first South Asian to become IEEE president.
yeah, congratulations.
Hearty congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I am hopefully coming to India to visit and see most of you face to face someday,
Yeah,
hopefully in 22.
Sure.
Yeah.
For becoming the president.
Thank you very much. I'm the first South Asian to become IEEE president.
Yeah, congratulations.
Hearty congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I am hopefully coming to India to visit and see most of you face to face someday,
Yeah,
hopefully in 22.
Sure.
Yeah.
No sound still.
Yeah, not only no sound, but whatever we are talking is getting played back also after some time.
I think some recording is happening.
You be careful what you say. No sound still.
Yeah, not only no sound, but whatever we are talking is getting played back also after some time.
I think some recording is happening.
You be careful what you say. No sound still.
Not only no sound, but whatever we are talking is getting played back also after some time.
I think some recording is happening.
You be careful what you say.
HP Enterprise Bengaluru to this program. We welcome you, sir. We also extend a hearty welcome to special guests and keynote speakers, Dr. Saifur Rahman, Director, Virginia Tech Advanced Research Institute, USA, who is also IEEE President-elect for 2022. I welcome you for this program, sir.
Thank you very much.
We also welcome Dr. Director, Clouds Lab, University of Melbourne, Australia, to the inaugural function of conference. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to ICEECCOT New Delhi for sanctioning a grant of 3,87,000 for organizing this conference. Dr. M. Jaginath Shanai to the inaugural function of the conference. Vice President of Municipal Staff, Sri Srinivasa sir, to the inaugural function of the conference. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our Honorary Secretary, Srimati Manjapi Pandit Madam, to this program. She is a source of inspiration to all of us. Welcome, Madam. Welcome Sri O. Pratap Kumar sir, Joint Secretary of ICEECCOT sir, to the inaugural function of the program. Welcome, sir. It's my privilege to extend a warm welcome to Sri R.K. Bharat sir, Board Member and CEO ICEECCOT sir, to the inaugural function of the program. Welcome, sir. I'm pleased to welcome our Administrative Officer ICEECCOT sir, Srimati Anubhava P. Pandit Madam, to this program. Welcome you, Madam. Extend a warm welcome to for Assam County Council of the Institute. I will proudly extend a warm welcome to conference session chairs to this program. I welcome each one of them. We extend a warm welcome to the organizing chair of the conference, Dr. Puttaswamy, Professor at the Department of Electrical Electronics Engineering, to this program. We also welcome Publication Chair of the conference, Dr. Reshma Banu, Professor at the Department of Information Science Engineering, to this program. We extend a hearty welcome to office bearers of IEEE Bangalore section to this program. We extend a warm welcome to Dr. Bindu Thomas, Chair IEEE Mysore subsection, and Dr. Parmeshwar Chari, Chair Elect IEEE Mysore subsection and IEEE Branch Councillor Supervisor to this program. It's my privilege to welcome HODs of various departments to this program. It's my duty to welcome all the participants of the conference. I extend a hearty welcome to press and media persons to this program. It gives me immense pleasure to inform all of you that our institute has been awarded with Supporting Friend of IEEE Member and Geographic Activities Organization Citation for organizing multiple editions of IEEE conferences and for providing support as IEEE for hosting other IEEE events. Finally, welcome one and all for attending this program. I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your earnest welcome address. On behalf of the management and staff of Digital ICEECCOT, I welcome our beloved principal, Dr. M. Shivakumar, sir, to this inaugural function. Hearty welcome to you, sir.
I would like to bring to the notice of those who are attending offline and all the authors of the conference, session chairs, and the keynote speakers, chief guests are all attending this program in the online mode. And welcome each one of them to this program. Thank you.
Respected all, may I now invite the dignitaries on the dais for a traditional lamp lighting ceremony as a customary in India to commence any auspicious occasion with divine blessings, and that light is a testament assuring in positive energy for our occasion. I request all the entire gathering to rise for the same. on behalf of ICEECCOT-2021, I welcome Bindu Madhavan sir. ICEECCOT-2021 is a premier technical institute exclusively for women, the first of its kind in Karnataka, southern part of India. ICEECCOT is focused towards value addition in terms of providing best of infrastructure and services for the cause of education. Founders of this great institution had a vision of women empowerment decades ago. Due to their determination, hard work, selfless service has led this institution to grow by leaps bounds and is now being internationally recognized. May I now welcome Shri Mahadev Prasad S, Head Training and Placement ICEECCOT to give a brief introduction about ICEECCOT to the gathering.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present, my dear colleagues and participants. It is a privilege and I deem it an honor to present before you the work of Sangha founded by Professor B.S. Pandit. It was the vision of Srimati Rukmini Pandit, the mother of our founder, Professor B.S. Pandit, who way back in 1940s started Gita Shishu Shikshana Sangha to inculcate the value of Bhagavad Gita to the children of Mysore, along with reading and writing in Kannada. It was then that her son and our founder, Professor Pandit, was impressed with the fact that it is an education that can truly liberate a person from the shackles of ignorance and exploitation. After her passing away until Gita Shishu Shikshana Sangha was registered as a society in 1975, Professor Pandit went on to complete his graduation from St. Philomeno's College and master's degree in physics from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University in Gujarat. He served Shabda Class College for a brief period before joining Sri Jaichamanandjaya College of Engineering, which was being established by JSS Mahavidyapita. While he contributed to the establishment of SJCE, he took on the responsibility of the NCC unit. He, being the NCC officer himself, who rose to the rank of Major. Since the registration of GSS as a society in 1975, it was not until the 1980s that the task of starting a school took shape. With some great people, benevolence and trust and land mission, 1 acre was sanctioned in Siddharthanagar to start an English medium school. And that marked the birth of GSS, that would one day grow so big and strong that its presence is felt not only in Karnataka and India, but abroad as well. Gita Bharati School was established in 1981 with 1 classroom and 8 children and 1 teacher. Classes were added every year, and it was in just 5 years that Bandwal Madhav Shana High School was added in 1986, and a much needed pre-university college was added too. And soon, the Simha Subba Mahalakshmi First Grade College was started in 1889 with a BSc course in computer science, physics and mathematics. This came at a time when many established education institutions were shy and apprehensive about investing huge money on computers. That only goes to show the progressive and visionary thinking of our founder, Professor Pandit. He knew way back in that in computers that hold the key to future, and the students should have the latest and best facility to acquire the knowledge and skills. While all the institutions he started were flourishing well, he still had one unfulfilled wish. The promise he had made to his mother, Rukmini Bai, to do something profound for the education and empowerment of the girl child, which has now in recent years received an impetus from the government and people. The secret of stable and healthy progressive family was having educated girls. Way back in those years, though education was given to girls, it was not important to make them employed, and even if they did it, would be in the education sector or sometimes rarely in banks. What lacked way back then was access of technical education to girls. Technical education that would contribute to the country's strength and economic and financial security of the family was still denied to deserving, talented girls. In those days, he saw this denial of technical education, and this encouraged and made him dare to think of establishing an engineering college exclusively for girls. a panache that went on for 13 years. The aches and pains and sacrifices is unimaginable. In 2003, with the support of many seen and unseen hands, the first batch of 185 girls was inducted into GEE's ITW Budget. This policy of wearing fully fledged infrastructure with best teachers clicked so well that the college strengthened in its admissions and remained. This massive and imposing structure was put together in a 24/7 effort in just 16 months, and since then, students have been enjoying this clean and green campus. Starting with 4 branches, added 2 more branches in 2006. GEE's ITW now sums 5 UG branches and 3 PG programs, along with offering PhD in all the departments in emerging areas. The Rukmini Girls Hostel was added in 2008, a home away from home. It offers a safe and secure and hygienic stay for its inmates. A pure vegetarian hostel mess serves nutritious food and snacks that takes care of the well-being of its inmates. The hostel blocks were added as the demand grew. Now we have 4 blocks of modern hostels. A modern gym is functioning to help students to work out and stay strong. With every batch that is inducted into this prestigious institute, we feel proud and satisfied that we all as a team are fulfilling the dream of our founder. It is with this thought the separate institution, GEE School of Architecture for Women within GEE's ITW campus is functional with adequate resources, and the best facilities are made available at the campus. I feel proud to say that GEE's ITW today has more than 2,000 girls on its rolls, more than 500 girls in the hostels, and more than 1,000 girls are ferried to college from all parts of my city. GEE's ITW is today bagging ranks in VTU, prizes in technical events, cultural events, and are getting stronger in sports scenario as well. My speech would be incomplete if on this day I don't acknowledge the contribution of our founder president, Sri B.K. Kenchegowda, Sri M. Anandarao of Ganesh PDs, present management committee members, many well-wishers, staff and workers who have served selflessly to the growth of this rare gem of Karnataka and the pride of Mysuru, which we know popularly as GEE's ITW. With this, I thank each one of you for the patience hearing, and I wish you all a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for providing wonderful glimpse about the genesis and growth of the institution. Research is seeing what everybody else has seen and thinking what nobody else has thought. ICEECCOT conference is built with intent of active and interactive learning organized by GEE's ITW annually. The 5th International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, Communication, Computer Technologies, and Optimization Techniques is shaped in a way to attract your interest. Today, we have about 300 plus participants, industrial experts, and professionals who are part of this conference. And it is on occasions like this where we get opportunities to share and explore our knowledge. We look forward to get an exposure on what the best of the brains can think about the rapid changing technologies. I now request Dr. P.S. Puttaswamy sir, Professor and Head Department of EEE and Organizing Chair ICEECCOT 2021 to brief about the journey of this conference.
Very good morning to one and all. Respected distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, and virtually connected distinguished guests, management committee members, invitees, press and media representatives, participants of international conference, and my dear colleagues. I, Dr. Puttaswamy PS, Organizing Chair, ICEECCOT 2021, feel proud to share the journey of this conference. I'm extremely happy to share that the 5th International Conference on electrical, electronics, communication, computer technologies, and optimization technique is sponsored by All India Council for Technical Education, that is AICT. It is indeed a special privilege for us and for GSS family to host the 5th International Conference at GSS Institute of Engineering and Technology for Women, Mysore, on 10th and 11th, that is today and tomorrow, December 2021, in association with IEEE Bangalore section and Mysore subsections. After the successful completion of 4 international conferences in the year 2016, 2017, 2018, and 19, now we are hosting the 5th international conference in the year 2021. The conference aims to provide the new insights in the area of electrical, electronics, computer, and communication with improved technical quality and management, continuing the legacy of ICEECCOT. I can proudly say that from January to November 2021, around 32 plus conferences were organized in and around the state. In spite of this, we are able to manage to attract 350 plus papers. We are pleased to welcome all our resource persons, colleagues from all over the world for this conference hosted by GSS ITW Mysore. The aim and objective of this conference is to provide a common platform to present and discuss all the latest research innovations and the result derived by each individual related to various domains such as electrical, electronics, communication, computer technology, and optimization techniques. To look back for the glimpses of the previous international conferences conducted by GSS ITW, that is ICEECCOT 2016, 17, 18, 19, where these conferences have given the opportunities for different domain delegates to exchange their innovative ideas and implementation with current technological applications, and also to share their experience on a common platform. It also helped to establish better research relations and to find a global partners with broader future collaborations. In our previous conferences, there were many eminent keynote speakers from various countries address the participants. To name a few of them, Dr. Sudhakar Rao, Technical Fellow, Research, Technology and Engineering Division, Northrop Grumman, Aerospace System, USA, Professor Silvia Leberto-Ullo, Professor, Engineering Department, University of San Diego, Coordinator, R&D and IC, and also Dean, Graduate, Institute of Science and Dr. Shu An Meng, Professor, Department of Computer Science, National University, Singapore. Dr. Balaprakash, Group Leader, Signal Image Processing Group, Singapore. Dr. Chin Kon O, Multimedia University, Malaysia. Dr. Leonard, Professor, Department of Intelligence System, Moscow State University, Russia. Dr. Sanjay Sojoria, Professor of Communication, Engineering, University of Marseille. These conferences have provided many high-quality publications that prominently address the interests of researchers and academicians. This was possible by considering and implementing the suggestions given by renowned personality who graced the previous conferences. We would like to thank and appreciate all the eminent personalities for the fruitful suggestions given during our previous conference, which helped us in improving the quality of the conference every year and making it a global platform for all researchers and academicians. We wish to continue the same and look forward for your ideas and feedbacks to substantially strengthen the quality of conferences. ICEECCOT 2021 has been designed with a lot of passion and hard work to be truly innovative and also creative, which is for all success of practices in the fast-changing technological world. These conferences have attracted more than 300 plus participants across the world, which includes PG students, research scholars, and academicians. The aim of the conference is to provide a platform for researchers and engineers from different backgrounds to present and discuss their latest research, innovative ideas, results, potential application, and possible growth, broadly in the areas of electronics, electrical communications, and interdisciplinary areas of control engineering, robotics, network security, and cloud computing technologies. ACT-sponsored ICEECCOT-2021 is technically co-sponsored by IEEE Bangalore and Mysore section, which is proved to be very popular and received submissions from all over the world. To name a few, so we got the paper from USA, UK, Germany, Sri Lanka, China, Italy, Russia, Vietnam, Egypt, Bangladesh, Slovakia. And to name few of the premier institutes like IITs Roorkee, IIT Goa, IIT Kharagpur, Jamshedpur, and NIT Calicut, Jamshedpur, and Jaipur, Surat, Puducherry, Hamirpur, etc. Today, after the inaugural function, we have a keynote address by three eminent speakers. One among them, Dr. Rajkumar Bhuya, Redmond Berry Distinguished Professor, Director, Cloud Computing and Distributed System, Lab, School of Computing and Information System, University of Melbourne, Australia. And the second keynote speaker is Dr. Saifur Rahman, Director, Virginia Tech Advanced Research Institute, IEEE President, so Virginia, USA. And the third speaker for today is Dr. Akiro Mizuno, IEEE Life Fellow, Professor Emeritus, Japan. This conference has attracted over 366 scholarly submissions. A challenging task while choosing high-quality submissions. After the standard IEEE review process through rigorous double-blind review and recommendations of the reviewers, only 209 papers were accepted. Among them, 150 high-quality scholarly submissions were selected for the conference proceedings with ISBN number. The final submissions are categorized into specific tracks such as image processing, power electronics, drives and control, power and energy system, wireless and mobile communications, information theory and coding, machine learning and robotics, big data analysis, cloud computing, and computer network and network security, IoT, VLSI and embedded system, etc. Totally, there will be 15 parallel sessions are being conducted. Today, that is on 10th, we have 9 parallel sessions. The schedule for each session has been announced and the link has been shared with all the participants by the event coordinators well in advance for online log with presentation along with the instructions to be followed. All details are also available in the website, conference website. In each sessions, the best paper presented will be awarded. The participant certificates will be issued to all participants after the conference for all 15 sessions. We have invited the domain experts for a session chair from reputed universities and IT industries with rich experience to assess the presentation and give valuable suggestions to the participants. This also provides the opportunity to interact with the experts and to address some of the challenging issues. We express our sincere thanks to the management, principal, keynote speakers, authors, session chairs, technical program committee members, reviewers for their contribution towards the success of the conference. I express my sincere gratitude to all staffs of IEEE and ISE who have lent their shoulders for organizing this conference. Also extend my gratitude to members of various committees of the conference who have supported us for organizing this conference. We look forward to see this ICEECCOT 2021 to be successful and more informative. Thank you for the patience hearing. Thank you one and all.
Journey. The collection of technical papers to be presented have been assimilated and summarized to the proceedings of ICEECCOT 2021. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to release out e-Souvenir 2021, followed by the unleash of the proceedings of this conference. Thank you all. We are honored by the presence of Padma Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar Sir, Indian space scientist, former chairman of Indian Space Research Organization ISRO, Bangalore, as a chief guest of this inaugural function. Let us now have an insight on the achievements and contributions of A.S. Kiran Kumar Sir from Dr. Jagadish N., Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering.
Learning leads creativity, creativity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, knowledge leads to great. Quote by rocket man APJ Abdul Kalam. Good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries present with us. Myself, Dr. Jagadish N., Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. Feel privileged to introduce the eminent personality, Sri Alur Sridhen Kiran Kumar, who is among us today. Yes, Kiran Kumar sir is an Indian space scientist and former chairman of ISRO. He was born on 22nd October 1952 at Asan, Karnataka, India. Sir is graduated in physics honor degree in the year 1971 from Bangalore University, followed by MSc degree in electronics in the year 1973. Sir has started his career by joining Space Application Center, Ahmedabad in the year 1975, where he worked on space-borne electro-optic image instruments. A.S. Kiran Kumar sir has viewed experience by holding various positions at various levels. Few are listed here. During the year 1998 to 2006, as a Group Director, Electro-Optic Sensor Development and Principal Investigator for Chandrayaan-1. During the year 2004, as Associate Project Director for Cartosat-2 Satellite Payload Instrument Space Application Center. During the year 2006, Deputy Director, Sensor Development Area Space Application Center. And in the year 2009, Associate Director, Space Application Center. In the year 2012, Director, Space Application Center. And from 2015 onwards, Secretary, Department of Space, Chairman, Space Commission, and the Chairman of ISRO. A.S. Kiran Kumar sir is a recipient of several prestigious awards. To list a few, sir has obtained Padma Shri Award conferred by Honorable President of India in the year 2014 for his contribution to the field of science and technology. In the year 2016, sir was awarded with a GM Modi Science Award by Gujarmal Modi Science Foundation and Lifetime Achievement Award by Andhra Pradesh Academy of Science. In the year 2015, sir awarded with IISc Distinguished Alumnus Award and conferred with Rajyotsava Award by Government of Karnataka. Sir was instrumental in obtaining Gandhi Peace Prize Awards to ISRO in the year 2014. In the year 2013, sir was awarded with Sara Vishwesvaraya Senior Scientist State Award and Gujarat Ratna Life for Innovation Award conferred by Gujarat Innovation Society. Sir has bagged laurels for the Team Achievement Award twice, once in the year 2013 for Chandrayaan-1 and in the year 2008 for Cartosat by International Academy of Astronautics. Sir is also a recipient of ISRO Performance Excellent Award in the year 2008, Bhaskara Award conferred by Indian Society of Remote Sensing in the year 2007, ISRO Individual Science Award in the year 2006, Astronautical Society of India Award in the year 2001, Vasavik Award in the year 1998, Indian Society of Remote Sensing Award in the year 1994, and many, many more. Yes, Kiran Kumar sir has many fellowships of science academic and organization. To list a few, Indian National Academy of Science, Indian National Academy of Engineering, Indian Society of Remote Sensing, Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Indian Meteorological Society, Gujarat Science Academy, Andhra Pradesh Academy of Science, and many, many more. Presently, A.S. Kiran Kumar sir is the President of Indian Society of Remote Sensing, Indian Society of Geomatic, Astronautical Society of India, and member of International Academy of Astronautics. Kiran Kumar sir has 76 research publications, both in national and international journals, 6 publications including the books, monographs, and journals are many articles as a book chapter to his credit. Kiran Kumar sir has attended many seminars and conferences where he has delivered lectures and keynote address. Sir has also published several articles in peer-reviewed international journals. Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar sir, as a distinguished scientist, former chairman ISRO, is responsible for implementation of applications-oriented Indian space program, facilitating the rapid development of country in many important spheres. Sir has put in effort to steer in different directions towards the development of satellites and related technologies for Earth observation, communication, navigation, meteorology, and space science, as well as the development of indigenous launch vehicle and related technologies for providing assured access to the space. By considering his contribution towards the field of science and technology, Geetham University has awarded him with a honorary doctorate degree on 24th March 2015. We are honored to have such a great personality with us today, and your knowledge and thoughts will surely inspire us, sir, and we welcome you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our chief guest, Sri A.S. Kiran Kumar sir, to address the gathering virtually.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Good morning to dignitaries on the dais, and good morning to Saifur Rahman, who has been elected as the president of IEEE, which is indeed a very distinguished honor in recognition of his work. And in fact, I'm extremely happy to be part of this program where an institution which has been exclusively built and organized for the girl students engineering in the field of engineering has been a very important development, I should say, because we all are very clear that it's only when 50% of the population is also very actively participating in the development of science and technology that the growth of the country and contributions can be really very significant. Today, India is on the threshold. It's on the threshold of rapid economic development, and it's also on the threshold of regaining its position globally as a world leader. And if this has to happen, it can happen only when we bring in a very conducive environment for both genders to work together and showcase their capabilities. And in this context, I should really compliment those people who thought it fit to establish a specific college like this and provide opportunities. Today, the science and technology is growing at such a rapid pace that what new developments are happening and how these developments are able to build and provide facilities to people on this planet Earth is happening at a tremendous pace. And while the science has brought in so many concepts which we have learned through nature, technology has really built tools which not only facilitates the rapid implementation of scientific concepts for providing better living conditions on planet Earth, we are also seeing that what is happening is producing significant impact on this planet, which makes it sometimes very difficult for sustaining life on planet Earth. Today, what we have seen through this pandemic itself is one indication of how a rapidly globalized village on the planet, which has happened because of what communication, transport, the rapid growth in that. Today, one can travel across the globe in less than a day, and you can see what is happening in any part of the globe with a small device in your hands. And while all the rapid development of science and technology is bringing in new tools in the hands of the people and improving their standard of living, it has also caused significant impact on what we are seeing, whether it is climate change or whether it is pollutions and space testing. So, in other words, with every new scientific development, technological capability that we are building, we also need to worry about its impact on sustainability of life on this planet Earth. And also all these new technological capabilities not only bring ability of good people to provide better living conditions to people, it also brings in the hands of those who are greedy an opportunity to actually exploit and explore. And in this context, today, the rapid progress of electronics, what it has done, continued miniaturization and Moore's law operating. Today we are seeing a small and tiny gadgets performing tasks which were required by in the earlier era of many, both in terms of volume and weight. And while this capability brings in huge research opportunities, today we are also seeing, for example, the rapid growth of even quantum physics and quantum technologies, where the computing systems of today, we are told the moment the quantum computing capability comes, the security of information which is transported across the globe, whether it is in the form of communication, the kind of encrypting that's happening can all become breakable, and there is a serious security issues involved in that. And in this context, today the quantum technologies are trying to bring in the newer capabilities. And if you look at in the area of health itself, today wearable gadgets and instrument assisted monitoring of the health of the individual, along with that the artificial intelligence and use of these deep learning techniques enables us people to actually even predict what kind of criticality a person is going to encounter, even while his monitored parameters provides inputs to doctors. While all this is happening, the real issue that we need to worry about is the basic human character and human approach to the problems. While the population increase, the need for increased power, increased energy drives researchers to look for better ways of generating them. And in this context, space, which is considered as the fourth frontier, tremendous amount of progress is happening in not only reaching out to space, identifying places for new habitats. You are seeing the private enterprise today is a dominant player in comparison to earlier era when only the governments used to run space program. Today, enterprises like Elon Musk and many others are entering into the field of this fourth frontier, and it's only a matter of time before the happening in the fourth frontier also enables availability of solar power on ground, or even exploiting the minerals and many other materials available in space for the benefit of humanity. But then today what we really need to appreciate is, while all this technological growth and capability provides human beings with maybe more and more time for doing things other than just their survival and then living under good condition, the increased time available to him, how he is going to spend and in what way he works with each other. We are also seeing, for example, the effect of rapid effects of communication and the tools available is in some ways, while it is linking everybody, it's also taking people into a direction where they are becoming less and less physically interactive and then social. And this also becomes another problem. And the whole process of science, technology, and use of science and technology is all in the end is for the benefit of humanity, for the survival of humanity on this planet Earth. And in this context, I just would like to remind the next generation, while the previous generations has brought in what we are seeing today, we have brought in these capabilities, along with it many other problems which you have to tackle. And these problems can be tackled only when you look at finding better solutions to the problems we are facing, and those solutions which can enable or ensure sustainability of life on planet Earth. And it is here that the traditional wisdom of this land of civilization which has survived for millions of years or many thousands of years, what it has shown, this entire globe is one, and all forms of life are important, and it's only when we pay attention to everything that we can survive and continue to provide good living conditions for the future generations. So let me take this opportunity to compliment GSS for hosting this kind of a conference, which is of very high standards, bringing in researchers from across the globe and showcasing to the next generation the manner in which these developments are taking place and what problems one need to tackle. So let me wish 2 days of intense interaction and an opportunity for the students of this institute to learn what is happening across the globe. Wish you all a great couple of days of this enterprising event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with the latest technological growth happening around the globe. We have an eminent personality amongst us today as a special guest, Dr. Saifur Rahman, sir, Director, Virginia Technical Advanced Research Institute, IEEE President-elect 2022, Arlington, Virginia, USA. May I now request Dr. Raghavendra Prasad Deshpande, Associate Professor, Department of IEEE, to introduce our special guest, Professor Saifur Rahman, sir, to the gathering.
Good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries present with us today. I, Dr. Raghavendra Prasad Deshpande, Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, am pleased to introduce today's special guest, Professor Saifur Rahman, IEEE Life Fellow to the August gathering. Professor Saifur Rahman is the founding director of the Advanced Research Institute at Virginia Tech, USA, where he is the Joseph R. Loring Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering. Professor Saifur Rahman is the director of the Center for Energy and the Global Environment. Sir is a Life Fellow of the IEEE and an IEEE Millennium Medal winner. He has contributed to the research fraternity and society in many ways. Sir was the past president of the IEEE Power and Energy Society for the year 2018 and 2019. He was the founding editor-in-chief of the prestigious IEEE Electrification magazine and the IEEE Transactions on Sustainable Energy. Professor Saifur Rahman has also served as the chair of the US National Foundation Advisory Committee for international science and engineering. In 2006, Sir served on the IEEE Board of Directors as the Vice President for Publications. Sir is a distinguished lecturer for the IEEE Power and Energy Society and has delivered talks on renewable energy, energy efficiency, smart grid, energy internet, blockchain, IoT integration, and many more. Professor Saifur Rahman has published over 150 journal papers and has made over 600 conference and invited presentations. With this brief introduction, now I invite Professor Saifur Rahman. Welcome you again, sir.
Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to come before you today, and my greetings to our chief guest, Dr. Kiran Kumar, the guests and the faculty on the dais, the faculty staff at GSSS IETW, and everybody else. I'll take just 2 minutes of your time to focus on IEEE's byline. IEEE, say, technology in the service of humanity, serving humanity. I would like to urge the young generation here to look at how you can use your innovative ideas to make India and the world a better place to live. As you know, technology always comes first, always. Then we start with software. You have an iPhone, so many apps make the iPhone more useful. So a developing country like India may not have the intellectual, technical support to build a lot of gadgets, but it doesn't matter. You have the gadget. Make it more useful to the common public. So my urge for the young people in the audience, please think yourself innovative, ambitious, hardworking, here mostly girls, to be of value to the common people in the country. Do not assume that things are always difficult. Some high tech is not usable by village people. You can. I come from Bangladesh. My parents were born in villages in India then, and I have come out and with your help became the incoming IEEE president. So it can be done. And as you may realize, I'm the first South Asian to become IEEE president. And that's something that I'm very proud of, my Indian heritage. And I want to be seen as a role model for the young generation to see you can aim high, work hard, and get it. And do not be frustrated. Try again, again, and again. So my point is, I am from Bengal. The one saying there, if you lose once, try 100 times, 100 times, they'll get it. So for the young generation today, please be brave, please be fair, important. And also IEEE, being a volunteer organization, pays high value to ethics, ethical standards, to make sure what you do is ethical. Do not be swayed by public pressure or a boss's pressure to do things you think is not right morally. Moral value is very high. I want to focus on that part. Please be careful, focus on ethics, and things will fall apart. So one is be highly ethical, ambitious, hardworking, and you will be in a good place to serve humanity across the globe. Thank you for the opportunity. Hope your conference goes well. I'll speak as a speaker later on today. Thank you.
I wholeheartedly thank Dr. Saifur Rahman sir for taking out his precious time for joining us today, though he had a busy schedule participating in another conference. And sir will be addressing all of us in the keynote session at 12:06 p.m. We have another eminent personality amongst us today as a special guest, Dr. Rajkumar Bhaiya sir, Distinguished Professor, Director, Clouds Lab, School of Computing and Information System, University of Melbourne, Australia. May I now request Dr. Manishankar S., Associate Professor, Department of Information Science and Engineering, to introduce our special guest.
Scientists investigate that which already. Engineers create which that never has been. Albert Einstein. Very good morning to one and all. I, Dr. Manish Shankar, Associate Professor of Department of Information Science and Engineering and Coordinator of ICEECCOT-2021, feel honored to introduce special guest and keynote speaker who is one of the most eminent researcher in the field of computer science, Dr. Rajkumar Bhuiya. Dr. Rajkumar Bhuiya is a Redmond Barry Distinguished Professor and Director of Cloud Computing and Distributed Systems Clouds Laboratory at University of Melbourne, Australia. Sir is also serving as the founding CEO of Manjara Soft, a spin-off company of the university, commercializing its innovation in cloud computing. Sir has served as a future fellow of Australian Research Council during 2012 to 2016. Sir has been serving as honorary professor for several elite universities, including Imperial College London, University of Birmingham, University of Hyderabad, Tsinghua University, China. Dr. Bhuiya has authored over 850 publications and 7 textbooks, including Mastering Cloud Computing, published by McGraw-Hill. Sir has also edited several books, including Cloud Computing, Principles and Paradigms. Sir is one of the highly cited authors in computer science and software engineering worldwide. His H index is 150 and he has more than 119,000 citations. A scientometric analysis of cloud computing literature by German scientists ranked Dr. Bhuiya as the world's top cited author and world's most productive author in cloud computing. Dr. Bhuiya is recognized as Web of Science highly cited researcher for 5 consecutive years since 2016. IEEE Fellow, Scopus Researcher of the Year 2017, with Excellence in Innovative Awards by Elsevier, and the Best of World in Computing System Field and the Australian 2019 Research Review. Sir is currently serving as a co-editor in Chief of Journal of Software Practices and Experience, which was established in 50 plus years ago. We have such an honorable researcher, academician with a great profile with us. We are keen to hear from you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our special guest, Dr. Rajkumar, sir, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of this conference. It is my great honor and privilege to associate with the 5th International Conference focused on electrical, electronic, and computing technology. So our colleagues have already mentioned about the importance of advances in technology, electronics, and of course applications of those technology. And I'm very glad to hear that this conference is featuring all these advances, state-of-the-art, and also research advances in this area. Bringing together experts from different part of the world, and of course within India as well. So that is very nice to know. And looking at the conference and the host institute, focusing on primarily educating next generation women in engineering and technology. Obviously, it is very, very important move. Then, of course, we also hear that it seems recently the number of women in India are more than number of men in India. Not sure how true it is, but anyway, if that is the case, then it means that we need to ensure that they are well educated, and then they are exposed to latest technologies, and then they are able to create solutions that makes huge difference. And when you look at just computing technology, especially, for example, Karnataka or Bangalore, for instance, there's a huge progress in this area. And obviously, India made a great name for itself in IT field, in computing field, in solutions, creating solutions for the world market. And now we see that moving towards building application solutions for Indian market as well. I think this is where we need to progress and bring a solution that makes a huge difference to not only big cities but also smaller villages, and where they can also benefit from these advanced technologies. In that direction, healthcare technologies play a very important role with the world facing this COVID-19 pandemic. Then of course India also suffered a lot due to this COVID-19 pandemic, and we need better advances in technology that are in healthcare domain, then also that are very very affordable price solutions in terms of providing better healthcare, and also in terms of providing solutions that help smart agriculture. This agriculture is a very hot issue in India, for instance. Then having farmers executing the government policies. So how do we do about enhancing productivity of farmers? Not only enhancing productivity, but also connecting them to the right market at right time. So whatever they grow reaches consumers at the right time without wastage. I think this wastage management is another big area. So this is where the concept that you hear in conference on electrical technology, communication, computer technology, and also optimism is all about providing solutions at the optimal and affordable price, affordable solutions and services to consumers. So I'm sure we have where we have colleagues, and I will also discuss some of those during my keynote talk. So with this, let me again thank all of you, thank all the colleagues and dignitaries, for being with whom I have an opportunity to associate with. Thank you again. Namaskar. Ellarigu namaskara.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Patil Kulkarni, professor from SJCE and ex-com member of IEEE Mysore subsection, and Dr. Rudraswamy, professor from SJCE, have joined us for the inaugural function. On behalf of GSSS IETW, I welcome both of you. We have a distinguished personality amongst us as a guest of honor, Shri Achyut Panduranga sir, business lead, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Bangalore. May I now request Mr. Anand M, Assistant Professor, Department of Information Science and Engineering, to introduce our guest of honor.
Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can attain excellence. Very good morning to one and all. I, Anand M, Assistant Professor, Department of Information Science and Engineering, feel deeply honored to introduce to you our guest of honor for the inaugural function, Mr. Achyut Panduranga, Business Lead and Chief of Staff, Computer Software Engineering, Center of Excellence Group, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Bangalore. Mr. Achyut Panduranga, born and brought up in Mysore, holds a Bachelor's of Engineering degree in Electronics and Communication from Malnad College of Engineering. He started his career out of college at Hewlett-Packard in 1997 after a short stint of internship at Microprocessor Applications and Engineering Products Division of ITI Bangalore. Since then, he has learned his ropes as systems engineer in the Embedded Systems Division, building next-generation payment operating systems for financial domain as a part of Verifone, a division of HP. Mr. Achyut has engaged with various business units of HPE, such as storage servers, networking, personal systems, IT services, pre-sales, and program management office. Mr. Achyut has worked as a project lead, project manager, vendor manager, program manager at HP offices in India, US, and Taiwan in his 20+ years of work at enterprise organization. Sir has worked across the breadth of systems design and development, starting with VLSI hardware design, verification of HPE's flagship Superdome servers, system software development, managing development of protocol stacks for networking, embedded application development for systems, remote management for storage system, and IT application development and sustenance. He has built competencies in managing complex programs in global setup, streamlining and automating processes, vendor management, product development, establishment development, and quality assurance frameworks for achieving excellence in delivery and implementing best practices. Currently, Mr. Achyut is the business lead at Chief of Staff in Computer Software Center of Excellence Group at HPE Bangalore. Sir has keen interest in organizational development, employee engagement, and excellence, extending out to establish university connects and program managing the same for HPE R&D India. Mr. Achyut lives in Bangalore with his wife Sadhana, an educational entrepreneur, and two beautiful daughters, Navita and Pranita. Of work, Mr. Achyut has few key interests like reading in general Indian mythology, particularly pondering on how things work and trying his hands with mindfulness while contemplating the stand-up comedy as an alternative career choice. Let's give a big round of applause to such a great achiever. We are indeed delighted to have you amongst us.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Shri O. Pratap Kumar, sir, Joint Secretary, GSSR, to felicitate Shri Achyut Panduranga, sir. Thank you all. May I now request our guest of honor, Shri Achyuta Panduranga, sir, to address the gathering.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷಿಗೆ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕವರಿದ್ದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಹೆಣ್ಣೊಂದು ಕಲಿತರೆ ಶಾಲೆಯೊಂದು ತೆರೆದಂತೆ ಅಂತ. ಫಾರ್ ದೋಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಹೂ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ನಾಟ್ ಫಾಲೋ ಇಟ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ if you teach a girl child, it's as good as opening a school or an institution. Now, expand the scale. This college has been built up to train girl children to get into technology. Like most of the eminent speakers, I should say, all the eminent speakers that spoke about earlier, the luminaries of the industry. It's a fanboy moment for me today. I feel like standing amongst such stalwarts of the industry, being able to talk here is a great honor and privilege. And to be part of this great celebration is indeed a once in a lifetime memory for me. And I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come and talk here and being able to kind of convey some of the messages that I have. So thank you everyone for the opportunity to begin with. And like I mentioned, opening a college for women in science and technology is the way we should look our country progress forward. 50% of the population contributing to science and technology with their diverse opinions and with their thoughts of how it should be built, how things should be built for future, is the best and the rightest way for our country to go forward. And who better than this institution, forefathers, 4 members, who thought about it so many, many years ago and have built such a great organization. And to top it, adding an event like an IEEE CCOT is something we all as students, when I was studying, we yearned to be part of those conferences for the simple reason, just being there is in itself a huge learning. Being able to participate, contribute, write papers, and rub your shoulders with the best of the industry is another great thing that we can all learn from. It's like, if you are really, really fungible, you get to learn so much more that you would probably take years to learn in a 1 or 2 day conference. So for those of you, I'm a cricket buff. So for those of you who are cricket fans, it's like watching a 5-day test match versus going through all of that in a 20-23 hour. That's a bad analogy, but the message is you learn so much more in the 2 days that you could otherwise have spent so much time learning, sitting through libraries, walking with your professors, talking about this. So it's a great, great opportunity. An event like this should happen, should continue to happen, should encourage. I would encourage each one of you to be actively participate in that, engage yourself in the coming sessions. More than this event that we are talking about here, it's what comes after that is of bigger importance and bigger knowledge paradigm for all of us. So, like I said, having more than 50% of the population participate in itself is an opportunity for us to make a difference. Making a difference, this college does. And making a difference, you all, students of this college, are bound to do. You are the engineers of tomorrow, the entrepreneurs of tomorrow, the future change makers. So it's opportunities like this, opportunities like a conference, I heard from Professor Reshma Bhanu that it happens once every 2 years. Opportunities like this come less frequently. You're in your career here, in your student career here, you get those opportunities, make the most of them, understand the various technologies. The technology of today is changing so rapidly that when I graduated, it took me like 6 years, 7 years for the technology to change, and I had to learn. Technologies of today are changing at even much more rapid pace. What's the technology today may not be the relevant technology 2 years down the line. So what you study here, what you learn at the college is more to how to learn going forward. Learning never ends. It's a continuous learning. You stagnate, you can't learn, you can't move forward. In the technology-driven world that we are all living in, having a year to learn over and over and over throughout your life, whether it is your career life, whether it's post-career life, whether it's life for serving the society, it's a continuous learning. Opportunities like an IEEE conference provide you a podium where you can stand on top of the shoulders of people who have done a lot of digging deep, researching subjects, coming up with possible solutions. Knowing that in itself should trigger a lot of your gray cells in the brains to kind of start thinking of what can I do? What can I do when you start thinking about that? One of the beautiful things that I learned from my managers and my leaders and mentors from the past has always been that one should forever have a healthy dissatisfaction about the current. If your current thing, you can be dissatisfied, but please tune it to be healthy dissatisfaction. A healthy dissatisfaction is what takes you to the process of thinking, how can I solve this for better? How can I make this better for myself? When you start looking at how you make it better for yourself and expand it further into how can I make it better for everyone? When you start looking at making it better for everyone, that's when you become a force for good. You'll be a force for good for the society. Like the many luminaries Shri Kiran Kumar sir told, you have to look at solutions for tomorrow for the betterment of the world. We have to look at solutions that can make things better. And in the organization that I grew up in, I'm 20 plus years in the organization. It has given me everything, including my spouse, by the way. It's an organization that tells us that being a force for good and leaving the place that you are in to be a better place than when you are out. Leave this place better than what you came in with. It's a philosophy of life that my organization has taught me, which I think is a life lesson for every one of us. Having the dissatisfaction about current, looking for being a force for good for the future, and always looking for leaving this place better than what you come in with should be good, should be approaches that we all should take to make our lives better, our next generation's lives better, our next to next generation's lives better, and make this world a better place to live in. Technology is the only thing that can make it happen better. And in technology, we are seeing so much influx of very many things converging to make it happen better. The technologies of computer are getting better. The technologies of storage are getting better. The technologies of how you network with people are getting better. I cannot imagine me standing in a line to go draw money from a bank anymore. But if you really look at it, I can speak for myself. My parents used to stand in line, go to the bank. It was a 2-hour ritual for them to go to bank, draw money and bring back. Now nobody can even visualize that. That's not even full lifetime. It is less than one lifetime. I gave it's a very small example. Likewise, in almost everything that we do, things have become so rapid. Why has that happened? It has happened because technology has made it happen. How did that happen? Technologists made that happen. How did technologies come in? Technologies came in because technology organizations like GSSS enabled them to become that. How did GSSS come in? Because technology in itself was thought out by multiple organizations who came together and formed companies and formed organizations like IEEE. So it's a chain. Keep working through that. You will realize that you can make a difference and take it all the way up. Like the dignitaries here, Professor Saifur Rahman mentioned, aim higher and you can do it. Start with you, think for others, leave the place a better place than what you came in with, and build your technology focus. You can and will be a force for good. And I wish you all a very intense and very learning experience in the next couple days. Even if you don't understand, spend time, sit down, go through it, put it in your minds, work that through. You will, if you don't understand, you have your professors, you have your friends who can give you different perspectives. That in itself will help you become a better technologist and a better person for future to make the changes that we need to make this globe a better place to live in. With that, I wish you all a very intense and happy learn, apply, repeat cycle over the next 2 days. Learn, apply it, repeat that over the next 2 days. And please continue to keep your interest in all these events because they give you the exposure that none other events can provide. You are learning in a very fast-track manner, and we all like to learn faster, don't we? Thank you so much. Wishing you the best of 2 days.
Thank you, sir, for being modest and sharing all your experiences. Professor Shivashankar, Professor Advitya, Professor Santosh, and Professor Manohar are with us today, senior IEEE members. On behalf of GSSS IETW, I welcome you all to the inaugural function. GSSS IETW is associated with academicians across the globe. Well-wishers who were unable to make their presence to this conference due to their emergency and unavoidable schedule have sent their best wishes via video messages. Let us have a look at the video messages sent by the distinguished personalities. Professor KJ Ray Liu, 2021 IEEE President, Professor Fabia Del Acqua, Distinguished Professor, Department of Electrical, Computer and Biomedical Engineering, University of Pavia, Italy, Dr. Samir SM, Secretary IEEE Region 10, Asia Pacific, Srimati N. Valarmati, Outstanding Scientist, Deputy Director Retired, UR Rao Satellite Center, ISRO, Bangalore.
Hello everyone, I am Wei, and I have the great privilege to serve as the 2021 ICEECCOT President-elect of the ICEECCOT. I want to share a warm welcome to all of the participants. For those of you who are already ICEECCOT members, thank you. I am honored to be your colleague. Let me share my vision with you. For those of you who are not, perhaps my brief following remarks will provide you with some insight into what ICEECCOT does, what it can do for you, and what we can accomplish together. Do you know ICEECCOT is no longer the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering? It is simply ICEECCOT. My vision is to make it simply your professional home. It is the home of engineers, scientists, technologists, practitioners, and entrepreneurs who form the community of ICEECCOT. Our members are experts from the highest echelons of industry and academia and are in every vital area of technologies, spanning almost every area one can think of. Our members are computer scientists and electrical, mechanical, and electronic engineers. They are physicists and biologists who use our tool in their daily work. They are entrepreneurs and marketeers who build their business on our technologies. They are technicians who demonstrate their proficiency through their technical works. And they are teachers who share their knowledge with their students of science and technologies. Long gone are the days when a technologist can count on lifelong employment with a single company. My plan is to build ICEECCOT to be our members' home base, the home for your entire career, to help you with career growth through continuing learning and skill training, job opportunities that offer better career and professional opportunities, mentoring by connecting you with respected colleagues who can guide you and work with you, and peer networking by building a strong sense of community. I encourage you, all of today's participants, ICEECCOT members and non-members, to engage with ICEECCOT's activity and initiatives, inspire participation from fellow colleagues, and maximize all that your ICEECCOT membership does for you, for our professional communities, and for the benefit of humanity. Thank you. I wish you all a successful event. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Hello everyone, my name is Fabio Villacqua and I'm a professor at the University of Pavia. With this message, I want to send a very warm welcome to all participants to the International Conference on Electronics, Communication, Computer Technologies and Optimization Techniques, which is due next December in Mysore, Karnataka, India. Although I won't be able to attend, I want to send my warmest regards to my Indian colleagues in Mysore. And moreover, as an IEEE senior member, I wish to extend my greetings to all IEEE members across the IEEE Bangalore section. I applaud the efforts of the GSSS Institute of Engineering and Technology for Women in supporting value-based education for women in India and globally. I would also like to congratulate the organizing committee for their initiative and relentless work in developing this exciting and important event. I'm sure the conference will be an excellent arena for exchanging ideas, developing new initiatives, striving for improvement, and supporting fellow scientists in their efforts to advance science and technology. So, let me wish you a successful, enriching, and productive conference. My regards from Italy. Bye-bye.
The participants of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege to be part of this inaugural ceremony of International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, Communication, Computer Technologies and Optimization Techniques, ICEECCOT-2021, the 5th edition of the conference happening at GSSS Institute of Engineering and Technology for Women, Mysore, Karnataka. This conference has emerged as a great platform for the assimilation of knowledge in the area of communication, control systems, robotics, signal processing, optimization, electrical engineering, etc. over the last few years. And the organizing committee, Dr. Shivakumar M, the General Chair, Dr. S.P.S. Puttaswamy, Organizing Chair, Dr. Reshma Banu, the Publication Chair, all have put a great deal of efforts for a wonderful conference. And now it is up to the participants to make full use of this conference. So we do organize conferences at the Institute mainly for a few reasons, basically. First is, as far as organizers is considered, it will give a great visibility to their institute among the research community and other academic institutions. And as far as the attendees are considered, it is a platform for knowledge sharing and the networking. And for the last about 1.5–2 years, we were having virtual conferences. Now it is coming back into the normal mode. So I urge all the participants to make use of this full opportunity. And Mysore is a great place. So there are a lot of places to visit, and make use of this conference in its full extent. And I wish the conference organizers all the very best, and attendees an exciting knowledge enhancement time. All the best and best wishes. Thank you.
Good morning. Happy to know that the 5th International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, Communication, Computer Technologies and Optimization Techniques, ICEECCOT-2021 at the GSSS Institute of Engineering and Technology for Women, Mysore is conducted on 10th and 11th December 2021. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your invite. I take this opportunity to convey my best wishes for an effective, successful and productive conference by Dr. Shivakumar M, General Chair, Dr. P.S. Puttaswamy, Organizing Chair, Dr. Reshma Banu, Publication Chair, ICEECCOT 2021. Happy to share that Dr. Reshma Banu, Professor and Head, Department of Information Science and Engineering, has been hosting 5th International Conference in association with IEEE USA Conference, which are an essential part of academic life. Conferences are catalyst for a change, offer a time of bonding and provide opportunities. I take this opportunity to congratulate and appreciate a gentle gesture of GSSS IETW, especially Honorable Secretary Srimati Vanaja B. Pandit and Management Committee members Sri R.K. Bharat, Chief Executive Officer, and Srimati Anupama B. Pandit, Administrative Officer, who have always been a great support to conduct events in this magnitude. I wish the team all the best for the successful program of this conference. Thank you. Good morning. Happy to know that the 5th International
for all the distinguished personalities who have taken out their time to convey their best wishes and be a part of this conference. Thank you all. We feel deeply honored by the presence of Shri O. Pratap Kumar Sir, Joint Secretary, GSSR, with us today. So I humbly request Shri O. Pratap Kumar Sir, Joint Secretary, GSSR, to deliver the presidential address.
Good morning, everyone. I'm extremely happy to know that the Department of Information Science and Engineering and the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering are organizing the 5th International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, Communication, Computer Technologies and Optimization Technologies, that is ICEECCOT 2021. As we all know, GSSS family has already hosted 4 consecutive offline international conferences during the years 2016, 17, 18, and 19. Due to the pandemic, the 5th international conference is being organized in hybrid mode. It is a pleasure to know that the 5th International Conference, ICEECCOT 2021, is sponsored by All India Council for Technical Education, and more than 350 manuscripts have been received across the globe. We have submissions from the USA, United Kingdom, Germany, Sri Lanka, China, Italy, Russia, Vietnam, Egypt, Bangladesh, Slovakia. From India, premier institutions like the IITs of Roorkee, Goa, Kharagpur, Jamshedpur, and NITs of Calicut, Jamshedpur, Jaipur, SVNIT, Surat, Puducherry, Hamirpur, VIT Vellore, ISRO, DRDO, NAL have submitted manuscripts. Last but not the least, we have manuscripts from IT giants Robert Bosch. I would like to thank today's chief guest, Shri Kiran Kumar, Indian space scientist, former chairman of Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Bangalore, and guest of honor, Shri Achyut Panduranga, business lead, HPE, Bangalore. I would also like to thank today's special guests and keynote speakers, Dr. Saifur Rahman, Director, Virginia Institute, IEEE, President-elect 2022 USA, and Dr. Rajkumar Bhuya, Distinguished Professor, University of Melbourne, Australia, for gracing this inaugural function. I would like to congratulate the Principal, Dr. M. Shivakumar, HOD of Department of Information Science and Engineering, Dr. Reshma Banu, Dr. P.S. Puttaswamy, HOD of Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and the staff of Department of Information Science and Engineering and Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering for organizing this conference. And my best wishes to all the participants. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. This conference is a special event for all of us. The team of ICEECCOT have put a lot of efforts and passion for the success of the conference. The team's success is due to the inspiring leaders. Now it's the time to acknowledge the efforts put by the major personalities for the fruitful conduction of this event. I sincerely request Shri O. Pratap Kumar Sir, Joint Secretary, GSSR, to give away the certificate of appreciation to our beloved, ever-inspiring Principal, Dr. M. Shivakumar, General Chair, ICEECCOT 2021. Thank you, sir. I now request our guest of honor, Shri Achyut Panduranga Sir, Business Lead, HP Bangalore, to give away the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Reshma Banu Ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of ISE and Publication Chair, ICEECCOT 2021. Thank you, sir. I humbly request Sri R.K. Bharat Sir, CEO and Management Committee Member, GSSR, to give away the Certificate of Appreciation to our Organizing Chair, Dr. P.S. Puttaswamy Sir. Thank you, sir. Let's mark the end of formal function with appreciation and gratitude to all those who made this event happen. I now request Dr. Reshma Banu Ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of ISE and Publication Chair, ICEECCOT 2021, to deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, one and all. Allow me to quote Melody Beat when she said, "Gratitude unlocks the fullness of life. It turns what we have into enough and more. It turns denial into acceptance, chores to order, confusion to clarity. It can turn meal into a feast, a house into a home, a stranger into a friend." It's a pleasure to have a galaxy of intellectuals gathered virtually from all over the world with invaluable knowledge to share, to learn and grow professionally. ICEECCOT conference series is regarded as one of the premium events in its kind worldwide. Myself, being the publication chair of the conference, take pride in rendering the vote of thanks today at the AICTE-sponsored 5th International Conference. I, on behalf of GSSIETW and entire fraternity of the conference, convey heartful regards and sincere gratitude to our today's chief guest, Shri A.S. Kiran Kumar Sir, Indian space scientist, former chairman of ISRO Bengaluru, for accepting the invitation to grace the occasion and outpour his vast knowledge to educate us. We thank you wholeheartedly, sir. I'm extremely thankful to our special guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Saifur Rahman, Director, Virginia Tech Advanced Research Institute, IEEE President-elect 2022, Arlington, Virginia, USA, for his presence and wise words today to aim big for our girl students. Thank you so much, sir. My sincere gratitude to today's special guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Rajkumar Bhaya, Distinguished Professor, Director, Cloud Lab, School of Computing and Information Systems, Melbourne, Australia, for taking time from his busy schedule and gracing the occasion. Thank you so much, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our guest of honor, Shri Achyut Panduranga, Business Lead, Hewlett Packard Enterprise, Bengaluru, for his valuable words of encouragement to all the girl fraternity here. I also thank today's keynote speaker, Dr. Akira Mizuno, IEEE Lives Fellow, Professor Emeritus, Toyohashi University of Technology, Japan, for gracing the occasion virtually. We are eager to listen to your keynote session, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. I express my sincere thanks to IEEE Bangalore section for helping us in getting the approval from IEEE USA section for organizing ICEECCOT 2021. in one of the finest women engineering college located in the heritage city of Mysuru, Karnataka, India for the 5th consecutive time. I thank the IEEE Mysore subsection chairs for their association and presence. At the outset, we thank All India Council for Technical Education, a statutory body, and a national level council for technical education under the Department of Higher Education for sponsoring the conference under the grant for organizing conference scheme. I extend my earnest gratitude to the International Advisory Committee, the National Advisory Committee, the Technical Program Committee, and the Review Committee for their invaluable guidance throughout this conference. I'm thankful to the session chairs from reputed institutes who have virtually present in the inaugural ceremony. Thank you all for joining us. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor K.J. Railio, 2021 IEEE President-elect USA, Professor Fabio Dell'Acqua, Distinguished Professor, Department of Electrical, Biomedical Engineering, University of Pavia, Italy, Dr. Samir SM, Secretary, IEEE Region 10, Asia Pacific, Srimati N. Valarmati, Outstanding Scientist, Deputy Director, Retired, UR Rao Satellite Center, ISRO Bengaluru, who took time off from their demanding schedule to address and greet GEECCOT with their insightful words. We thank them wholeheartedly. I would like to mention and acknowledge the extensive support from Dr. M. Jagannatha Shanai, President GEECCOT, Shri B.V. Srinivasa Gupta, Vice President GEECCOT, Mysuru, for the help that they have supported towards the conference. We thank them wholeheartedly, sir. They conveyed best wishes for the success of the event. I am very grateful to Srimati Vanajabi Pandit Madam, Honorary Secretary GEECCOT, for being a fountain of inspiration and support. Thank you, Madam. I extend my profound gratitude Shri Pratap Kumar Vo, Joint Secretary GEECCOT, for his inspiring presence and presidential address today. Thank you so much, sir. I heartily thank Shri R.K. Bharat sir, CEO and Management Committee member, GEECCOT, for his wise advices, which has great impact on the success of today's conference. Thank you, sir, for honoring us with your presence. I wish to express my sincere thanks to our principal, Dr. M. Shivkumar sir, General Chair, for his extensive support throughout the conference. Thank you so much, sir. I also express my immense gratitude to Srimati Anupama B. Pandit, Administrative Officer GEECCOT, for believing in the team efforts, boosting confidence level among the organizing committee whenever we approached her. We thank you, Madam, wholeheartedly. I thank Dr. Satyanarayana MV, former principal, MCE Hassan, for his association in organizing inaugural address by Shri Kiran Kumar sir. We thank you, sir. I also thank Mr. Mahadev Prasad, Placement and Training Head, GEECCOT IETW, for his association in inviting guest of honor, Mr. Achyut Panduranga. Thank you so much. It's not an easy task to take up the challenges of organizing international events, bringing together hundreds of delegates, research scholars across the world, and keynote speakers from abroad, getting approval from IEEE USA, plagiarism check, managing the review process, and the list goes on and goes on. I immensely thank the organizing chair, Dr. P.S. Puttaswamy, Professor and Head, Department of Electrical and Electronics, GEECCOT IETW Mysuru, for his efforts towards the accomplishment of today's event. Thank you so much, sir. I extend my thanks to all the organizing committee members, especially teaching, technical, and supporting staff of Department of Electrical, Electronics Engineering, Information Science and Engineering, who took up the uphill battle to bring ICEECCOT-2021 to fruition. In particular, I would like to acknowledge and thank the organizing team of EEE and ISE who have handled various committees such as website design, publicity, registration, preparation of final camera-ready papers as per IEEE template, preparation of conference proceedings, and for coordinating for the inaugural ceremony today. I acknowledge the unwavering support received from the HODs of various departments for deputing their staffs towards the conference. I'm thankful to all the external participants being with us. I'm also thankful to all the research scholars who have greatly helped us for organizing this event. I would like to thank Dr. Yogesham, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Mechanical Engineering, for coordinating the food, refreshment, and also hospitality of the guests and management members. Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of GTPLS-IETW and organizing committee, I would like to thank all the foremen, programmers, instructors, assistant instructors, helpers, attenders from all the departments for providing us with all possible logistic support towards organizing international conference. I thank the distinguished professors from in and around reputed institutes, Mysuru, for their presence. Thank you so much for being a part of the conference. I thank the press and media professionals for giving publicity to the conference and their presence today. I once again thank everyone whose contribution has made the international conference a grand success. William Blake once said, "The thankful receiver bears a plentiful harvest." Keeping this in mind, let us proceed to make the very best out of this opportunity and have an extremely productive day. Last but not the least, I once again thank all the participants who are waiting and joined us virtually for your cooperation. Navigating off with the hope that may today's success be the beginning of tomorrow's achievement. So thank you one and all for the patience hearing.
Thank you, madam. As a mark of respect to our nation, I request you all to rise up as the national anthem is being played now. Thank you all. I request faculties of Information Science and Engineering to come on the dais for a group photo. Now I request faculties of Electrical and Electronics Engineering Department to come on the dais. Small red. Thank you all. Now the keynote address will be delivered by the distinguished personalities. So I kindly request all the dignitaries on the dais to occupy the front seats. I request Dr. Rajkumar Bhuya sir to deliver the keynote address.
Hello, you can see me? Hello, you can see the slides easily? Hello, Resma, are you able to see? Yes, okay. So good morning. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity to share new frontiers in cloud-based computing, targeting big data and IoT applications. So here is a brief outline of my talk. So I will briefly introduce you key computing paradigms that have emerged, then bring you to cloud and their applications very briefly, and I will also identify some of the new technical trends in the field and how they impact on the architecture of cloud. So that brings to the second component, market-oriented cloud systems. Then I will also discuss about a cloud application platform, ICEECCOT, that you can use to build cloud applications and deploy on different, whether enterprise or a public cloud environment. So we will discuss very briefly about this Internet of Things trends and their application. And there are few computing paradigms that are also rapidly emerging to support IoT applications. So we will see very briefly theory and the practice of the theoretical concept in real world, and then conclude at the end. So this is the outline for next, I think we are given 30 minutes for keynote talk. So that is for the next 30 minutes. So let us start with the first brief introduction. We all know that the computing has went through already multiple waves, and here are the few key ones that I have listed at high level. And of course, similar waves we see in communication also, computing and communication. And of course, now they have converged very nicely to deliver very interesting application solutions. So all of you know the history of computing going back to 1960s, mainframe computers, all the way towards now what we see a cloud era, where computing as a utility. So just like electricity as a utility, water as a utility, so telephone as a utility, networking as a utility. Similarly, we have computing as a utility. So if you are a small and medium enterprise set up in Mysore, and you don't need to actually buy all the servers and applications yourself. Instead, you can subscribe to cloud services that offer compute services, application services, and use it and pay for what you consume. So that is the model, pay-as-you-go model. That is the cloud model. And this was actually enabled by virtualization. What virtualization means is, so traditionally when you install an application on a computing system, then suppose you need to change that server for any reason, you cannot easily move that application to another one. You have to reinstall other places, migrate all the data and so on. But that is our problem, very much solved through virtualization. You have application on virtual machine. That virtual machine can be moved from one physical machine, physical server or physical computer to another computer server in a transfer manner. So that concept has been further extended to make the delivery of computing a utility. That is where cloud computing comes into picture. So during last 10 years, cloud computing has made enormous progress, and we already see numerous applications that are already running on cloud and delivering. Many enterprises, businesses, and common people are benefiting from this technology already. And then, of course, this IoT, Internet of Things, is rapidly emerging in order to that enables creation of smart spaces, smart healthcare, smart agriculture, smart cities, and so on. So this way we can use resources more efficiently to deliver better services and use resources efficiently. And towards that direction, so we also see emergence of what we call edge computing, and there is something called fog also. We will see as we go along, in detail. And all these advances in both computing and communication in the past was heavily driven by big scientific and big military application. But now the technologies are more and more driven by big population applications. So when we bring a large population with mobile connectivity, mobile phones, then we want to be able to deliver those services to them, and also provide smart healthcare through IoT and so on. So these are the massive, large consumer applications. So this is the massive driver for advances in computing and communication. When we say communication, computing, obviously hardware, electronic system, and then of course system software and application. So all these advances more and more these days driven by this big population. Then looking at cloud, so as a user, you subscribe to the services and you consume and you pay for what you consume. That is a very high level conceptual understanding of what cloud is. And as a user, you subscribe to the services available somewhere in the network. We don't need to know where they are physically located. So there will be a third party vendor, so say public cloud, say a service provider, and you subscribe to them, and then you can subscribe for compute services, storage services, application services, depending upon your needs. So accordingly, these cloud services are classified into three types, which is called as infrastructure service. Then top one is called application service, SaaS service. Then the middle one is called performance services. Even though you might subscribe to service provider one, that doesn't mean that this service provider one does everything for you. The service provider might be using services from multiple other providers, putting them together and offering with a composite, service without your knowledge. So this is very, really successful of cloud architecture, wherein geographically distributed capabilities are brought together to deliver a useful service to end users. And today there are many applications are already cloud enabled and they are delivered. Many small and medium businesses are very rapidly using it, and of course large companies too. So such as CRM, customer relationship management, enterprise resource planning, these all are enterprise applications. Similarly, the scientific computer applications are also very successfully moved to cloud. What are even more popular are these consumer and social applications that we all use. Every common man on earth is using very regularly. So such as Twitter. The Twitter is running on a cloud. So because the number of users on this kind of system, rapidly increase or decrease with period of time. So having such applications running on a cloud, that means you can dynamically manage and deliver highly scalable microbusiness services. And similarly, video conferencing software such as Zoom is a cloud-based software system. And of course, what we use is Google Meet. So even this also is a cloud-based video conferencing software system. And likewise, there are many other like Gmail, and the Dropbox, which is the network storage, cloud storage. Then even the Facebook is running on a geo-distributed cloud data center, supporting millions of users at the same time. So massive number of e-commerce applications are running on cloud. That is the really success of cloud computing, which is good. So then of course, is cloud computing over? Actually, this is rapidly moving with further advances in technology and also applications. So far, cloud technologies were primarily virtualized, and when you rent a service in a cloud, a physical machine, they don't give you a physical server. What they give you a virtual machine. So that notion is now extended further to containers, microservices, wherein you can have a tiny services and put them together very quickly, bring up through containers and use it. So this is under microservices. They impact on the cloud architecture. Then IoT, we will see a little bit more, Internet of Things. Then of course, as this Internet of Things that is connecting physical world and the digital world, so as a result, massive amount of data collected in real time. So that leads to creation of big data. And this big data can be in social world, can be in enterprise world, can be in government. As a result, what do we do with that? Making sense of data. So this is where big data comes in picture. We need right cloud technology that will help identify insights. Now this is where AI, artificial intelligence, is coming. So AI, of course, has very unique workload characteristics. So therefore, even there are advances in processor, CPU, the people from electronics, like CPU, central processing unit, and multi-core architectures. And there are something called accelerators, very workload specific accelerators such as TPU share compute picture, which means we can actually now think of how do we build a cloud system and application that can harness the power of all these heterogeneous processing elements. So there's another big challenge. Then even the network. Those of you interested in computer networks and internet, you can see networks also became virtualized through what is called a software-defined network. And all these technologies are actually, newer technology, newer paradigms, and the influence on the cloud architecture. We will soon see how they impact on the cloud architecture. Then, of course, now with COVID-19, actually this COVID-19, world is running, and cloud is playing very important role to connect businesses and services and the people even during lockdown. And as a result, the use of cloud technology and networks has escalated. So if you compare it to 2019 to now, and within 2 years, it's almost, perhaps it is increased by another 75%, 80%. So huge usage of cloud. So this is another success of cloud during, supporting, our life, supporting businesses, supporting economy, supporting education, still happening. Most of the universities, for example, at Melbourne University, we have delivered last 2 years our courses to students who could not come to Australia, or who even if you're in Melbourne, you cannot go to campus because campus is closed, city is closed. So still we are able to educate through all this remote education enabled by cloud and network technologies. So that is the success of cloud. So now, how does this actually, all the advances, latest application requirement and the latest technical trends, how do they impact on the architecture? So let us briefly look at cloud architecture and their impact. So once we start going deep inside cloud architecture, what does it actually contains? First, what we call data center, which is collection of servers that are interconnected at the bottom. So at the foundation layer, collection of servers that are interconnected, and these are virtualized. And the compute systems are virtualized through what we call virtual machine, and the network systems are virtualized through SDN, software-defined networks. And now we go to the virtualized capability. Now you go up to the user level. Users have certain requirement. For example, you might say, hey, I need compute capability of 2.5 gigahertz with 500 MB of store memory, main memory, then this much storage, and I need like this two of those virtual machines. That is high level requirement. Or the requirement can be at the level of application. If the application is healthcare service, then you might say, here is my healthcare data that I captured. Please give me answer in 2 minutes. And that requirement comes in, and the system looks at, oh, to provide these services at this level, what level of resource I need. Accordingly, it will create a virtual machine and map that virtual machine to a physical machine. And then, of course, on that machine, virtual machine, you are running your application. And application is serving certain set of users. With time, number of users can increase. When number of users increase on that your application service, that is not able to fulfill the requirement. What do? At that time, we must be able to dynamically provision extra resources so that we can serve those users at the quality that we promised to those end users. And the resources that you are provisioning dynamically doesn't have to come from one place. So these cloud service providers have got data center located in different parts of the country or the world. You pick up any major data, cloud service providers, they have cloud data centers, for example, within India. Some of them have in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Delhi, in of course, in other places like Bombay. When you have the distributed services, depending upon where the users are coming from, accordingly you can map the request accordingly. Say, for example, you have application service in the running. So initially, maybe lots of users from Bombay. Then the application service is serving those users from from Bombay data center. And meanwhile, if number of users increase from Mysore location, at that time, rather than serving them from Mysore data center, they can spin some virtual machine and map seamlessly to a data center located in Bangalore, which is close by, and serve them from Bangalore data center. So this is called seamless way of scaling application services. And when the demand decreases, obviously in some application services, demand decreases during night time or off-peak hour. At that time, it shrink resources that are allocated. So this property of cloud is called elasticity. You can expand or shrink with demand, and as a result, you can use resources efficiently, and also you can reduce the cost of computation. If you are someone who is providing a service, so you don't want to rent capability that you don't need them. You only rent what you need when you need it and how long you need it dynamically. So this is done dynamically. It is also called as autonomic management of cloud data centers. And by doing this, you can use resources efficiently, and you can reduce the energy consumption of the data center. These cloud data centers, by the way, they are consuming enormous amount of energy. One of the studies show that the cloud data center worldwide, total energy consumption, electric energy consumption, is actually more than entire India. So this is a huge concern. So with this climate change concern worldwide these days, we need to think about how to build energy efficient system and applications. And this is where I think conference like this, looking into electrical engineering, communication, and computing and optimization. So how do we build such systems is a very important challenge problem. With it, high level understanding, let's take a look at technology. So here is a software technology called ICEECCOT. It's a cloud application platform that we created that enable creation of such elastic application that can expand and shrink. Then of course the resource management system is able to map those application tasks to these physical data centers that are distributed in such a way that the requirements can be met. The first to enable that, ICEECCOT comes with two key components. The first one is SDK, software development kit, containing APIs and tools that help you to build applications rapidly, such as thread model, task model, MapReduce, using which you can build application rapidly, then deploy on private or public cloud in a seamless manner. When I say private cloud can be as simple as network of computing resources within your college. In Mysore, you can set up such a facility, then start using it for teaching, research, or application engineering, or you can run it on a public cloud. And public cloud can be those, for example, provided by Amazon or Microsoft, Azure, physical infrastructure on which you can run. So this way you can use both private and public cloud in a seamless manner. That is achieved through runtime machinery. And this Aneka is the world first technology, is able to support multiple model programming in one software development kit. And then once you build the application using this, then you can deploy them on a public or private cloud in seamless manner. So this is made possible through our Aneka's very unique architecture, a container-based architecture, service-oriented elements, wherein each of the Aneka modules we call them as a container-based hosted services. They provide some foundation services. Using these foundation services, you can create newer and newer application model like thread, task, MapReduce, and so on. Those are the programming models. And then, of course, you can deploy on private and public cloud. And when we say public cloud, there are many of those. Right? Aneka has various plugins that support them. So here are the various Aneka plugins for different cloud providers. Say, for example, you might have a private cloud setup using OpenStack, and you can run Aneka on top of it and run your application. Or you might have some public cloud resources and private, you want to use them together. Aneka has plugins for all of this. This way you can scale your application across different type of heterogeneous cloud environment. So this is the very unique aspect of Aneka. This Aneka technology is used by many customers and users worldwide. Let me give you 2 or 3 case studies briefly from China, from India, and from USA, 3 places. So China's railways and then Indian Space Reservation. I think I picked up right examples, case study that illustrate this concept. First, from China. China Railways Rolling Corporation, name indicates. So they are involved in building high-speed trains, high-speed train for China. Here are some train design scenarios. So there are train design scenarios. They need to render to find out what is the best one. So here are the multiple scenarios, and these they used to do this rendering of these scenarios using software called Maya on 4-core server. So this 4-core server version, this 4-core server application running on this 4-core server for a certain design scenario, it was taking anywhere between 2 hours to actually 24 hours to 80 hours. So that means the design discovery can be quite a lot. So to reduce that time, so they use Aneka using their enterprise resources, set up a private cloud using Aneka, and we have a tool called Design Explorer. So this Design Explorer is allows them to run this application for different scenarios on multiple servers. As a result, what took 4 days, they were able to do the same thing in 2 hours using 30 servers. So this means the discovery time is drastically reduced. Now you might say sometime you are in emergency. You don't want to wait for 2 hours. You want answer in 10 minutes. What do we do? The local resources within an enterprise takes 2 hours, but we want answer in 10 minutes. So this can be made possible by dynamically renting extra resource from a public cloud. So how do we do that? Within Aneka Design Explorer, you go there and select quality of service parameter, set deadline is equal to 10 minutes. Then when you are using public cloud services, please note they are price services, they are charged, you have to pay for them. So different providers charge different prices. So therefore you can also set budget limit. Deadline is equal to 10 minutes, budget is equal to 200 rupees. So given deadline and budget constraint, now Aneka on your behalf looks into marketplace of cloud services. What are their prices? According to select them. Select suitable set of resource from the public cloud and plus your enterprise cloud used together. And Aneka takes care of distributing those computations in seamless manner. This way work is done within that deadline of 10 minutes and budget limit of, for example, 200 rupees. So this is the concept, just like in real world, you can do it. So this is about one from China. Now let me give you another example from ISRO, India. And we all heard about our ISRO colleague during the opening message. So we all know that what ISRO does, regularly launches satellites, and the satellites monitor Earth, for example, and then they collect the data. Data comes to receiving station. Then of course, so now this satellite data to be analyzed for various purposes. One of the application was like a disaster planning or management. So this was the work done in ISRO center in Hyderabad. So they built this application analysis software where they use Aneka to be able to distribute these satellite image computations for disaster management and detection, and then do that in a timely manner. Here also, when they have a massive amount of the satellite data, sometimes it used to take Hyderabad data center maybe 3 hours, 4 hours. If there is an emergency, so they don't have to, in that emergency case, they can solve this problem by using other data center from ISRO centers based in Bangalore or in Trivandrum or in Delhi or in Shak, Ahmedabad. No? You can use multiple data centers from multiple places within ISRO, for example. That's a internal multi-cloud environment. So this is another example from ISRO back home in India. So this is where Aneka is used. So that is for organization. Now coming to people like us, all the students, everybody has mobile phone. And if you want to do some special application on mobile phone, what happens? Your mobile phone battery can quickly deplete. What do? We can outsource those computations to cloud, where actual processing is done, large scale image analytics, and the results come back to you. So this is another example where, say, applications created with the Aneka library are able to transport analytics to the cloud, and results came back. So this is called mobile cloud computing. So this is another example where Aneka is used, and this can be further extended to healthcare with integrating IoT. So healthcare applications, we have sensors. Electrical engineering people can create a sensor monitor, for example, some ECG data, and then the data comes to your mobile phone, and mobile phone, you send it to cloud where actual processing is done. So here is the Aneka on Amazon Cloud, and then ECG, electrocardiogram data analysis service as an application running on cloud. And the data that is captured by sensors, body networks, sent here and processed and results come back. And why do we need cloud here? Again, the application service in the cloud, but because number of users in healthcare can increase, sometimes 100 users, sometimes 500 users, sometimes 10,000 users. When number of users is increasing with different requirements, those in emergency, they might say, give me answer in 2 minutes. And those is okay, cool. They might say, give me answer in 24 hours. Then of course, accordingly, the price they're willing to pay for analyzing the data also changes. So you can see here, we are able to integrate and dynamically allocate right set of resources to meet QoS requirement of users. So this is another interesting application. And this is not a theory anymore. It has been demonstrated by us several times, but this is also in practice nowadays coming up, wherein you can see the data captured by sensor. When this like a sensor, send it to mobile phone, from there to cloud, where processing is done and results came back. And then just by looking at this graph, you can tell a lot about a person's health. So including how many hours person has slept yesterday night. So these are very interesting applications you can create by integrating sensing, mobility, cloud, and analytics. And analytics is optimization, or perhaps analyzing the data to identify what is happening with this person's health and how can we take care. So that kind of application. So that was healthcare. Let me give one more AI application. Final. What is this AI? Called deep learning or machine learning. So this is gaining very popularity. And I'm sure in India there is a national mission on AI as well. So even people like Modi are talking about it. So how India will play important role in AI technologies and applications that India want to create to make cities smarter, healthcare better, and so on. So AI applications are also very compute intensive. They need to analyze a lot of data to come out with answer. For example, this object detection. So this is using deep learning technique. So this deep learning application, like for example, in colleges and everywhere there are cameras that are capturing this data, and real time you want to detect what objects are in the video, for example. So this deep learning program is cloud enabled by IIT Delhi researchers, and then they use Aneka in making that happen. And they are able to process the deep learning task either in local IIT Delhi cloud or in a remote cloud like Amazon or Azure using Aneka in a seamless manner. And you can see here, this is a student lab where there is a camera, images are coming, then is able to detect, detect object like cameras, display, monitor, keyboard, mouse, and the people. Then accordingly, of course, depending upon resolution, you can give a different, precision of answer. So this is called enabling AI application and cloud. So, and furthermore, using the same machine learning technique, we can also do something for, COVID, contributing toward this COVID research. So, as you know, during last 18 months, almost 2 years, 18 months, let us say, more than 150 research papers are published. And then so many papers. You want to go through these papers to find out what is the effectiveness of social distancing, what is the progress in vaccine, and what is the best one, where it is working, which is fine. So this kind of technique to go, identify, you don't have time to go through all those papers. Perhaps you might analyze those data, all the bibliography of the data on a single computer. That will take, say, 1 hour. So we want, answer to be given very quickly. So for that purpose, here in Melbourne University, our colleagues and also my team members work together, and we created a Aneka-based application, machine learning-based application on top of Aneka to be able to analyze this COVID research data very rapidly, then come out with insight in a timely manner. And so this is like a pipeline or a pipeline of that machine learning of COVID research data analysis. And here are the results of that analysis, and you can see here. When you use a single computer, depending upon, for example, say number of bibliography that you want to analyze. So on a single computer, what took, for example, here something like 9 to 3 second, which is something like maybe for 50 minutes. The same thing we were able to analyze on a few more servers, multiple servers in a cloud, like 4 servers, for example, and we were able to bring down that time drastically by 4 times. So like this, Aneka is able to support applications from different domains where this insightful discovery can be done. So if you want to learn more about Aneka or want to explore yourself, just visit microsoft.com, download Aneka 5.0, the latest version, and explore. So many students, are able to do very interesting work using Aneka technology. Then, of course, many in India are teaching courses in cloud computing, in engineering, and then they are using Aneka as a hands-on experience for students. So just in Mysore, NIT, National Institute, NIT Mysore has our Aneka software and their enterprise within Department of Computer Science at NI Mysore, sorry, NI, National Institute of Engineering, NI Mysore. So they have such a thing. Then across India, all the way from Punjab to what we call, say, Tamil Nadu, Madras, and from this side from Maharashtra to Meghalaya. So people have set up Aneka-based laboratory and teaching courses in this area. So it will be, of course, in Bangalore, for example, RVC College of Engineering, PS College of Engineering, Hassan College. So like this in Karnataka also. So there is a good uptake of this technology for teaching courses in cloud computing. Then even the Mandya College, Engineering College, they have PS Mandya. So they are teaching this area. So that is about the cloud, then the application. Now let me just briefly present within 5-6 minutes about IoT integration with this cloud and edge. So what is this IoT? This is an extending concept of internet. Internet means networks of computers, and we want to make networks of everything, not just computer, but also all other elements. So such as road, transport system, agriculture system, all of this part of the network. So by doing that, you can create, homes smarter. You can make cities smarter. You can make, for example, connected car, smart transport system. So there are many applications of IoT that are being projected. And so this that means we not only have IoT sensing, but also we need to have analytics that are integrated, both sensing, that is the physical world, and the digital world together can create smart environment. And so these IoT applications, such as smart healthcare, smart homes, smart cities, in the past they were primarily cloud-centric. The data that are captured by sensors of the IoT are sent to cloud, where processing is done, results go back. So this model is okay if there are only few IoT applications. But by 2030, you will see, more than 500 billion objects become part of internet. So if you go for this cloud-centric model of IoT, it is not feasible. So therefore, we need to look into we need to go for edge-centric model. So this way we can provide real-time services. So if you use only cloud, then it will be high latency. So that means real-time services is not that feasible. Therefore, if you use resources at the edge of the network, you can do better. Or not only edge, but also cloud together, that is called fog computing. So this is edge computing and fog computing. So this model, what we call edge and fog computing, towards the direction, we developed a software called FogBus. FogBus is a framework for edge and fog computing with blockchain integrated. So blockchain is another technology that we all hear very often, mostly popular in terms of cryptocurrency like Bitcoins and so on. And of course, recently, the blockchain or cryptocurrencies have become politically very sensitive in Karnataka and also worldwide as well. But anyway, the blockchain can also be used for creating trustable services. So here you have oximeter or an IoT healthcare device, and the data comes in. Then from mobile phone, you send it to some kind of fog or edge broker or a master that is able to analyze this data in a timely manner. So perhaps using resources at the edge, such as Raspberry Pi edge resources at the home, then of course whenever necessary use the cloud. So this is the integration of edge and cloud. So this is a practical technology software system we developed and we applied to many applications. One of them is health. This is sleep apnea analysis. In case of the people having sleep apnea problem, this is a healthcare problem. So here, this is the ECG data oximeter. You can connect to a finger. The data collected. The data goes to healthcare app, Healthkeeper app running on a mobile phone. The Healthkeeper app take the data and send it to a nearby edge resource or a fog resource. And then where the processing is done, results come back. So here we are showing that the data that is captured and the data is able to detect and tell whether the person condition is the severity of the disease. Is it normal? Is it mild? Or is it emergency? If some person is emergency, you need to rush him to hospital. If not, of course, you can. If there is normal, no need to worry. Mild, it is not urgent. So this is the integration. So where we are able to integrate oximeter, Raspberry Pis, and this FogBus software, and along with Aneka, whenever necessary, to use public cloud resources. And this is demonstrated. Here we connected this Raspberry Pi to this professor finger, and data goes to a mobile phone where we are able to process using Raspberry Pi. These Raspberry Pis are like a matchbox size computer. They are just available for a small price like $25. $25 maybe around something like 1,000 rupees. So having this Raspberry Pi small computing devices, so these can be at home, can be at a signaling system for a smart traffic management. So they can analyze the local data there itself. Whenever necessary, they can consult the public cloud. So this is an example of healthcare or other places where one can use. So with this, let me conclude. The several computing paradigms have promised how to make computing as a utility vision. But however, cloud computing is the one that turned vision into reality. Many exciting business and consumer applications are already running on cloud, and I'm sure our industry colleagues from HP Labs can tell you the importance of this. Then, of course, this Aneka also runs on HP cloud infrastructure, by the way. So HP Enterprise has certified Aneka as well, and they tested independently, then certified it. So this Aneka is one of the emerging technology that help build applications rapidly. And this way we can minimize the cost of software engineering. Then you can see we have used this Aneka in many healthcare, many interesting applications in engineering, healthcare, salary image processing, gaming, smart cities, and so on. I have briefly presented just 2 or 3 for your view. Then this Internet of Things is another driving area paradigm. So the first generation IoT's applications were mostly cloud centric. The next generation, the future generation applications of IoT will be more and more edge and cloud integrated sensing. So this way we can use internet resources efficiently, network resources efficiently, then of course deliver services in real time. So thus have provide low latency services and also reduce the load on internet. So this is very important. So if you want to learn more about cloud computing and if you are new to it, given this conference is focusing on electrical, electronics and computing, I'm sure even if computer science people knows about it, but maybe electrical and computing, electronics not familiar with, no problem. Here is a book. So this is the Morgan Kaufman publication, Mastering Cloud Computing. So for American market, it is almost like $100. Not affordable to India. Don't worry, we have India solution. Made in India, printed India, make in India. So the same book published in McGraw-Hill in Noida, in Delhi. So that is available for just around $9, $8. Something like 300, 400 rupees. And the same book is also available for Chinese market for just half price of India, something like $3. So that is in their own local language. So this is the book that teaches you how the foundations of cloud computing, then how to program clouds using, for example, Anika. Then once you build your application, how to deploy, bring it to the marketplace. So with this, of course, I can talk a lot about it in the interest of time. So let me stop here. And I thank all of you for hearing, patiently. And here are my contact details. Those of you who want to contact me for research collaboration, so you can use my Melbourne University email ID. Those of you who want to create some interesting application and become an entrepreneur yourself, and that is something, of course, promoted very heavily in India. So I encourage it, and you can contact me using our Mandrasap email ID, raj@mandrasap.com. So thank you very much for your attention. So I'll be happy to take any questions that you have. Unmute.
Madam, repeat.
I request Dr. Saifur Rahman sir to deliver the keynote address now.
Thank you. Let me share my screen. Thank you. A lot of echo. Can you see my full screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's now good afternoon. Thank you very much, Indian time. My talk is going to be very relevant to the challenges India is facing in the context of global warming, climate change, decarbonization. India is a large country, has a lot of coal-fired generation today, but India also is very prominent in the global scene to promote renewable energy, primarily wind and solar. Those sources are by design or by definition or by nature intermittent. You cannot guarantee you'll have sunshine at 4 o'clock in Mysore today. That means these sources, mainly wind and solar, provide both opportunities and challenges because of the intermittency. So in my speech this afternoon, I'll talk about how the smart grid, I'll define that in a second, how the smart grid can help to integrate renewables into the power grid. That's my talk. Now, so I'll talk about what is a smart grid, why we need smart grid, difference between a normal grid and a smart grid, then what are the building blocks of the smart grid, how the smart grid has changed, talk about power flow and communications, talk about how the power companies are changing globally. We'll just mention wind and solar, and then come up with my definition of the smart grid ecosystem, and then talk about how the whole thing can be all put together in the global context. Now, what is a smart grid? If you can read my screen on the lower right-hand side, it's a concept with many elements where monitoring and control of each element in generation, transmission, distribution, and the end use allow flow of electricity in an efficient way. This is the thing: generation, transmission, distribution, end use. All of those have to be put together. So this is where I'm starting from. Going forward, electric power grid. Let's talk about the power grid first. Those of you who are not very familiar, this on the left, lower left-hand side is the multi-circuit power grid. India has many of those, 500 kV, 400 kilovolts, and so on and so forth. So these are part of the electric grid. The grid has power sources, it has transformers, it has transmission lines, it has distribution centers on the supply side. On the demand side, you have your homes, office, factories to receive. I'll talk about if you inject or when you inject more and more solar and wind, what happens and what challenges you have to face. Now, if you look at this picture on the right hand side, a lot of things happening. You got energy efficiency, you got electromobility, you got bottleneck in the grid, you got energy flow problems, distributed resources, many things are happening. We as engineers have to make sure all these sometimes interconnected, sometimes conflicting requirements are put together to make a system work properly. As many of you know, the electric power system is the largest complex network in the whole world. Even India is one network. All of India is under one network now, synchronized. There's a huge system. So what we do to put more wind and solar, which will bring more uncertainty to manage. So this is my objective. We desire to make the grid smarter, safer, reliable, and more cost effective. How you do that? Use advanced sensors, communication technologies, and distributed computing. Those are the advanced technologies we deploy to make the grid more cost effective, a smart grid. You notice here the word or term I put in red letters, cost effective. I didn't say cheap. In fact, smart grid is very expensive, very expensive. But you still do it because you have a better, well-managed system to provide efficient, reliable power to the end user. That's the objective. So let's see how we go from here. This is my simple way to show the difference between a normal grid and a smart grid. All of you here are young. You never saw this black phone, but your father or grandfather must have seen it in India. That's called a rotary dial phone. This is how it was from the beginning till about 20 years ago. It's a very good phone. In fact, the sound quality in this phone better than your iPhone, which costs much more. But it can do only phone call, nothing else. So dial the number, other party picks up, you talk, and that's it, done. The normal phone. The one below that is a smartphone, happens to be an iPhone. That phone costs about 100 times the cost of the rotary dial phone. We could buy in the US this black phone for $12 or so. You can buy an iPhone 12 for $1,200. It's 100 times more expensive. Why should you spend that much money if you want to just make a phone call, right? You don't, nobody does. Why do you spend so much money for the smartphone? Because you want to use WhatsApp, use Facebook, you want to use as a camera, as a clock, do your PowerPoint slides. You can do this even today, I'm speaking on the smartphone. Therefore, if and when a technology can give you more and diverse set of services, you are willing to spend the money. People stand in line overnight to buy a smartphone when it came out in the first place. Point is, when you have a challenge, do not ask for the price. Don't. Find out what the challenge is and what can you bring in as an engineer to deal with the challenge. Challenge is met, public will be happy to pay for it. So that's how I think about my work as an engineer. So now I've said the difference between a normal phone and a smartphone. I want to show you the difference between a smart grid and a normal grid. So what is a grid, first of all? The starting and end points of the smart grid starts at the power plant. Of course, it produces electricity there. Then you got transmission line, carry electricity from long distances from the source to the end user. When it comes to the local use, local part of the city where the power is to be used, you have a distribution system which will bring power from the high voltage line using a step down transformer to run the power to the home. That's done. Or to your office building, factory, whatever. End of the line is your end use appliance like your refrigerator, air conditioner, electric oven, and the like. So what I say, the smart grid starts at the generator, ends at the refrigerator. That's what we are looking at. This is smart grid setup. Then the question is, what are the building blocks of a smart grid? Because smart grid is different from your normal grid, which is all only power flow in one direction. So first of all, you need technology to make the grid smarter. That technology today is available in India and in most countries. You have smart meters, smart controls, smart transformers, smart switchgear, all of that are there. Next is standards. Suppose a company in New Delhi or in Mysore wants to put smart meters for the customers in the city. They cannot be locked into one supplier. There are many suppliers in India, US, and Europe, and Japan, and so on, who make smart meters. If you have multiple suppliers, you have a better pricing opportunity. So what has to happen? We have to make sure as engineers that all these smart meters are built to some standards which are understood by everybody. Then it doesn't matter, you can use an partly American smart meter, Indian smart meter, European smart meter, doesn't matter because they're all built to the same standards. That's important. The standards making work is pretty much done now. That's done. Next is rates and regulations, very important. You realize typically in a big city, the evening time load is fairly high in the summer. People come home, you got air conditioning, you got TV running, you got cooking going on. So what we can do using smart grid, we can change the price of electricity in real time. What does it mean? If I see that my demand is getting very high, I need to turn an expensive generator, I would rather give my customers some financial incentive that if you do not use power 100% from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., we'll give you some money back, right? That's going to attract people to be more careful and use less electricity from those high peak periods. But for that to happen, you must have rates and regulations in place which would encourage this. But why smart grid? Rates are not smart grid because if you put the rates in place and they are dynamic, there must be a way to send information about those rates to the end use customer. I'll show you later on, smart grid can help to achieve that goal. Finally, the blue box at the end, consumer awareness and education. Very important. All the stuff I said so far, rates, regulations, standards, technology, have no meaning to a homeowner who is a banker, not an engineer. He don't care, right? Smart grid, smart system, they care. So at the same time, to make the grid smart, you have to spend money. So you have to charge money to your customers to make the grid smart. He will say, well, she will say, why should I pay more money? All I need is buy power. Doesn't work. So we have to be making sure we educate our consumers the value of smart grid. What is the value? More reliable. Second value, it can give the homeowner an opportunity to use less electricity during peak hours and save money. That is not possible otherwise. All these things have to happen. So technology, standards, rates, regulations, and consumer awareness and education. That's the set of building blocks. Fine. Moving on. How the grid is evolving. Smart grid, before smart grid, after smart grid. Before smart grid, you see this picture on the top of my screen, standard power system, which is going on since 130 years now in the world, US and so on. You have a power station, to build or make electricity, step-up transformer to raise the voltage to go to the long-distance transmission line, the neighborhood step-down transformer, because if you're sending electricity at 500,000 volts, you can use that in your home. Impossible. You reduce to maybe 240 volts from 500,000. Those are transformers, not one place, many places. Make that happen. And then the line goes to your home, your business, and you're done. That's before smart grid. The bottom half of my screen shows something different. Yes, I do have normal power station. I do have buildings and all that. I also have solar panels, storage battery, wind turbines, electric vehicles. Those are new. And all those new devices, some are supply, some are demand, are coming to the forefront today, but they're all interconnected using this blue dotted line. This blue dotted line reflects communication line. This is new, right? You have to have not only power line coming to your home, you must have communication line to tell you power is expensive now, cheap now. You can change the voltage, change other things. That's the smart grid. So it is the normal grid which has been modified or improved or upgraded with communication technology to make it happen. So this is the case we are dealing with today. In my case, in Virginia, I have smart meter in my house. I also have microwave network to get data from my smart grid to the power station somehow. That's communication, not power. Same time, power company can send signals to my smart meter to change the voltage, read the voltage, change the pricing. That's the need requirement for communications. Okay, that means I now have to merge power flow with information flow. That is what I call integrated communications. Look at this picture. Electric power and communication infrastructure. The first page in front of you showing only the power infrastructure. This is, you've seen that before already. Central station power plant on the upper left, step-up transformer, long distance transmission line, then power comes to where you live, nearby, go to a receiving station, which has multiple distribution substations, and then each distribution substation has homes, buildings, factories, and so on. So on the lower left-hand side, these homes have rooftop solar, for example. Some have batteries. The industry in the middle has cogeneration. What does it mean? Many industries, textile, sugar, and all that, need steam. So they make steam locally. While the steam is being made at a higher pressure, maybe 100 psi, that cannot be used right away. They have to be reduce the pressure of the steam. You can do that pressure reduction through a turbine. So you put the high pressure steam at the inlet of the turbine rotates, and the outlet, lower pressure steam. That's what you need. In that process, as you can turn the turbine at a given speed, you make electricity. So that's kind of free electricity because the steam was going through anyway. That's cogeneration. On the lower right-hand side, commercial buildings could be a data center. They have flywheels, some have fuel cell, some have multiple sources. All this is the network. That's power network only. I'm going to superimpose on the power network what I called information infrastructure. You see those red lines? They are going left to right, top to bottom. That means all the information that I'm providing has to flow both ways. So I'm sending a message to the homeowner, their electric meter, to do something, change the voltage. But they have to be informed that's happening, and any changes they want to make have to be acknowledged. So they must have a way to send signal back to you, the power company engineer, that house number 16, road number 23 in this part of the city is not willing to change the voltage because they have some equipment very sensitive. That goes on. Once that information fed back to the control center, they will not change the voltage. Point is, we have to have power infrastructure of course. Then on top of that, build information infrastructure, which will make the system more smart. Now, this is my vision for the future. I don't think, no, I know that you cannot just go in overnight and build a smart grid. It's not going to happen. It requires a lot of technology, customer acceptance, new way of doing business. So what I see will happen, you'll have many microgrids which are interconnected and intelligent, meaning they can talk to each other. For example, Delhi, I go to Delhi very often. Delhi city has DPDDL, Delhi Power Distribution System. So they have multiple parts of the city they feed. What can be done? You take the central business district, a part of it, and call it a microgrid. Like you see in my picture here on the middle part of the top of the screen, I got a small microgrid, 4 buildings, could be 40. Each building has a rooftop solar panel and a electric vehicle. What does it mean? This microgrid with 4 buildings and so on, in the middle has a modem. That modem signifies all the buildings are interconnected and they can compare messages between them. That's a small microgrid. If the supply fails, this microgrid in the center has enough capacity to serve some part of the load, not 100%, maybe 80%, maybe 70%. That's fine, minimum load. Under normal operating conditions, the solar panels in this 4 building scenario are not enough to serve the whole load. So what they do, they buy power from the power station on the left, or from another microgrid down below, or somebody on the right. That's how it is running in normal conditions. If and when any of these lines snap, they can go back to their internal control mode. The one in the middle is a bigger microgrid. It is other things. It is connected to a wind farm using a transformer, connected to the power station, long distance transmission line, transformers, and it is connected to many other microgrids, like the one in the middle bottom. It has a lot of batteries, right? So if and when any microgrid in this setup falls short of power, they will import power from the bigger microgrid, which is connected to other source of supply. That's my vision in the future. Maybe it changes from now. So you build these small microgrids, connect them, make them intelligent by providing real-time communication opportunity, and things will work fairly well, hopefully. So that was the discussion on smart grid. Now let's talk about a discussion on supply side: wind, solar, storage battery, electric vehicle. Why do I call an electric vehicle supply side? Typically large electric vehicles like the Tesla has 80 kilowatt hour, 80,000 watt hour capacity battery. You don't use that up every day going to work and coming back home. Many cases, you come home, you got 60% charge left. You can then use that 60% charge left in the battery for the car, like 60 kilowatt hour, 50 kilowatt hour, to run your house. You can do that. And that way, and then battery depletes, you can charge overnight, and then in the morning, your car is fully charged. That's, to me, another source which is helping us to deal with the intermittence. Now, let's talk about what kinds of sources we're talking about. Wind and solar, you just mentioned, they're intermittent, of course. Hydro is not intermittent, but they are space limited. You can put a solar panel on your building in Mysore, you can put a hydro plant there. Cannot, it's not possible. Even though the resource is free, it is not always usable. One is because of space limitations, one because of weather limitations. Those are my challenges. I'll show you how I can use smart grid to help alleviate some of these challenges. Let's look at wind first. Onshore, offshore, 2 kinds. India has lots of wind turbines, hundreds of gigawatts, 100,000 megawatts. The ones on the right-hand side are offshore, usually bigger. Some 2019 vintage in the middle is 6 megawatt. We have put 2 of those in Virginia recently, 6 megawatt each, 1 turbine. You see the size of the hub height, 103 meters, rotor diameter, 150 meters. They're pretty big. The new designs in 2035, talking about 17 megawatt wind turbine, one of them. Now that's the offshore. On the left-hand side, onshore. Today, 2019 vintage machines will give me 221 watt per square meter for one wind turbine. 231 for 2035, 340 and all that going forward. So if I can go forward with this, this is my challenge. I said we are doing with a lot of wind. This is data, real data from Bonneville Power Administration, northwestern US. I'm showing you in 4 different seasons. This happens to be winter time. The shape of the demand, which is the blue line, and the shape of the supply, which is the wind turbine red line. You see, this is a winter day. Of course, you got heating requirements in northeast western US. So 2 peaks. One happens about 8 in the morning, other happens about 7 in the evening. Look at this. Peaks are happening in 7 a.m., 7 p.m. Wind is very low during those times. Wind is high during the midday, 2 p.m. Demand is low. That means there's not a good match between the supply and demand on this, in this case, on this grid. Second, let's look at a different season, maybe spring, April, yes. April, we still have some electrical heating demand present, that's dual peak. Look at this. Peak supply happens early in the morning, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. If throughout the day, that supply decreases, becomes the lowest at about 7, 8 p.m. and then stays low. Again, not a good match between the supply and demand. Different season now, July, summertime. The load shape is different now because it's a summertime, a lot of air conditioning. So loads begin to pick up about 9 in the morning and the sun shines strong and goes on till 9 o'clock at night. Here also, the wind is very different because wind speeds have seasonal variations. It's below at 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, 3,000, and then goes to almost 0 by 5 p.m. and then goes up. So we are losing the wind turbine output almost 0 when the peak is high at about 5 p.m. No good match. Well, one more. October, which is fall, autumn season in the US. Some heating load has come back. That's why I have 2 peaks, one 7 and 1 a.m., 1 7 p.m. It's better now. The autumn or fall wind resource better, is high, 9,000 megawatt left-hand side scale. It stays about 9 to 8,000 till about 4 p.m. and then drops off. That means you got 1 peak covered by this peak supply. Those are my challenges for wind. Longer term, shorter term challenge. This is a 1-day load curve from a wind farm in Texas. You see, in 10 minutes, the wind output dropped from about 130 megawatt to about 90 megawatts. So 43 or 40 megawatt plus drop in 1 minute. If you have to depend on that wind farm for all your electricity, you can handle it because it's changing too fast. So you can solve this problem by using batteries or other things. That's one example for a minute, 1 minute. Let's look at 10 minutes. 10 minutes, much bigger. Different day, of course. Your demand, supply from wind was about 135, 140 megawatts at the time from this farm. At 6 in the morning, it drops to 120 megawatts in 10 minutes. Then it goes back up in 106 megawatts in 10 minutes, starting about 7:30. Point is, their variations are something we got to deal with. I will show you how I do this. So that was wind. Look at solar energy. That's my building at Virginia Tech, solar panel rooftop, which I put in. It's a clear sunny day. Clear sunny day in summer, sunshine hitting the panel, and you're getting fairly 80-90% of the capacity. No problem. If you go to a different season, different day at the winter time, same solar panel, winter time. Even though I have clear sunny sky, I don't have any output now because the snow has covered the solar panel. My point is, that is the intermittency we have to deal with. It is there now, mirror with it next time. What do you do to fight that challenge? So going forward, that's Virginia. Now look to the Middle East. India, parts of India, same problems. On the left-hand side, you see a freshly built solar panel field. Good, but then dust storm comes in from the desert and covers up the solar panel, and you get something not very clean. Example 2, this is in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. It's a university campus. The picture was taken when it was new. Everything is fine. Rooftop solar, 2 megawatts, everything is fine. But that doesn't last very long, as you can see pretty soon here. Even though you have start with clean panels like here, you end up with something like this after a few months. Dust and sand takes over. You got to clean them. Cleaning is expensive, and cleaning is not easy to do because of the excess, right? So what some people have done, you have to clean in parts so that at least you can get some power back quickly. That's the objective for cleaning. Now, data from Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, 100 kilowatt peak system. I'm looking at data sets from September and July. September is fairly clean, sunny skies. July is sunny, but a lot of dust storm. See the numbers here? The July output is about 50% of the September output, typically 40% output. This is the challenge. That means you have to be ready in July with more extra capacity to support the system hurting from storms. That is Saudi Arabia. This is my building at Virginia Tech. Small system, 6 kilowatt or so. And it's a typical clear sky week in Virginia. It looks pretty good, right? You get every day peak is about 80%, 90%, and then everything is fine. This is a clear, sunny week. Not always sunny. This is a picture for a partly cloudy week in the same building, same rooftop system. Now you see 2,000 watt, 4,000 watt, 5,000 watt, again, 2,500 watt system. Not a system is 6,000 watt. The output is very different. If you have to depend on solar, you cannot depend on the solar only. You got to do some backup power. We'll talk about that in a minute. Now, there's a weekly. Let's talk about daily variation, solar output. Fairly sunny day, few clouds moving in and out. As the clouds move in, you see this sudden drop in the solar output, of course, expected. Again, sudden drop about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So what you can do in this case, you can see two things. You can say, I will use battery to manage this variation, and then this will not be showing up. Or I can use some load control. That's smart control. If and when, like in this building, the solar panel output has been going down drastically, rather than becoming dark, you can control some load in other parts of the building so that this drop in solar power can be managed internally by changing some loads for air conditioning in other parts of the building, lighting, and so on and so forth. My point is, do not say I will battery as needed. Battery is very expensive. It takes a lot of space. So I am focusing on how can you play with the demand side so the demand can be sensitive to the supply side, which is sun in this case, so that you don't need a hydro solar project together. I mean, you can do one or the other. That's the smart building load control. Okay, different day. Here I show you a day with a lot of intermittency, unlike this one. It has some variation, but in the overall picture, this one is very, very diverse. So in this case, I would need a lot of batteries. I cannot handle all this variation using backup power only. So question is, can the intermittency be absorbed by the network? Intermittency is two ways. One is solar intermittency because of sunshine conditions, or wind intermittency because of wind turbine rotating for other reasons. That's a picture you see here, three pictures. One is on the lower left-hand side, storage battery. Talked about this. This is getting quite popular these days. 1 megawatt, 1 megawatt hour, 2 megawatt, 2 megawatt hour battery. which are put in substations like this one to provide support to the grid as needed. That's going on. On the lower right-hand side, I have a picture of a pump storage plant in Virginia. Pump storage means during off-peak hours, you pump water in those using those 6 tubes, reservoirs, to the upper reservoir. Why is that important? If you run the hydro plant all day, it'll deplete the capacity because water is come down from the top and down. In this case, I'm sending water back to the upper reservoir during peak hours, and then during the off-peak hours, I send the water back to the top. On peak hours, water comes down and runs it. Number 3 on the upper right-hand side is a compressed air energy storage plant. What I do here, I'm using a motor during off-peak hours to compress air from the atmosphere and put that compressed air in the salt cavern. It is leak-proof. Why do I do this? Because if you know anything about gas turbines, they are like a generator here. They're fine to give you quick power supply the time of high peak, but it requires compressed air to run. So what is done today? When the peak load is about to come, the power station people will put compressed air in the gas turbine combustion chamber, then it runs. But the problem is, if you are putting compressed air, you're going to make it, right? Your load is already high. You're using more supply to compress the air so that you can run the generator. If I have some other way to get the compressed air, like I see here, I don't have to use power to compress anymore. I've already done the compression during night or off-peak hours. That's the benefit. So then the compressed air comes out on the right-hand side, goes to the gas turbine, and the generator produces electricity. They're done. 3 kinds: compressed air, pump storage, battery storage. You might ask the question, timing or lead time. Battery storage comes back and forth between charging and discharging in a matter of second. The compressed air between charging, compressing, and decompressing could be maybe an hour or so. Pump storage hydro, because all the water is going up, has to be reversed, and that takes some time. There's 3-4 hour lead time required to going from supply to compression in a hydro plant. Now, coming to the close, this is my what I call smart grid ecosystem. Look at the 2 things. I have a new paradigm now for this power system. What is the new paradigm? Historically, on upper left-hand side, we call it demand-driven supply. Supply will be provided as the demand changes. That is why the power companies make models to forecast electrical demand for next day, next evening, and so on, and longer term. They will need power 10 years from now because of the growth of the city. They'll have to build a generating station somewhere nearby, substation to serve. That's called demand-driven supply. Things are changing. Why? You see this wind and solar, they are not guaranteed when you need them. If you don't know when they are going to be available or not, you cannot say, well, if a demand goes up, I will bring more wind and solar. It doesn't happen. So the new reality, I call it supply-driven demand. That means supply is unsure. So demand now need to adjust to meet the fluctuating supply with the help of storage. This is a difference, right? On the upper left-hand side, demand-driven supply. Lower right-hand side, supply-driven demand. Let's focus on that part. Supply-driven demand means we got to make the demand smart. The supply changes, demand can catch up. So this is how I see it. This is my smart grid ecosystem. Starts at the bottom, the yellow circle, smart building. What you can do is load control as the supply varies. If you come a cloudy day coming in, you will dim some lights or change the temperature setting in a thermostat or not turn a high power ventilation fan for those 10-15 minutes. That's smart buildings. Any campus like GSSS IETW has many buildings. So that means I can make the building smart on the campus make a smart campus so I can manage my load. Then Mysore city has can have many smart campuses. Then it becomes a smart grid. That's my ecosystem: smart building, smart campus, smart city, smart grid. Okay, so this is what I have to make the network smart. I must have on the upper left hand side energy management system. That's your building automation, right? The demand has to be adjusted to make the supply and demand match. Advanced metering infrastructure, AMI, that tells you that you must have smart meters to collect real-time data and be able to access remotely. IoT projects, IoT device is your thermostat, lighting controller, fan controller, all of that. Lower left-hand side, demand response. That means you must be able to change, adjust demand in real time depending on the supply variation. Electric vehicles can do two jobs. One is receive power from the wall, get charged, or send power back to the wall to your building when you need capacity. And all of that requires big data because you have to deal with many data points. So finishing up, electric vehicle plays two roles. One is on the upper left-hand side in number going up. I'm charging the battery. That's one. Then on the other side, if I have to get the battery to do the job of serving the home, my house is now being served by the battery. So in the battery capacity was 80 something going to 35%. Again, it's an objective to show the car can be your source, nothing more than that. So big data come from many sources, the supply variation, load variation, equipment status, all of that has to be done to make the grid smarter as we know it. So this is it. This is my Twitter account, S. Rahman VT. If you have any questions, comments, please send it to me. I'll respond. And I would like to make my point here. I want to make IEEE a more successful and resilient global technical organization. So with that, let me finish here. Thank you very much. So I will now, this is my email address given here also. And we will stop here. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Hello? Is that audible, sir? Hello?
Getting a lot of echo.
Okay, maybe I will start the next talk. Okay. Okay, now. Can you hear? Oh. Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. It is my great pleasure to talk to you as I recall your enthusiastic attitude to learn new things when I visited your institution several years ago. Today, my talk will stress the importance of high voltage technology to control infectious diseases that has been severely affecting our life at this moment. There are various applications of high voltage and electrostatics. One of the most common applications is electrostatic precipitation. Electrostatic force is getting important when objects are smaller. Therefore, electrostatic force effectively remove viruses and microbes in air. Low pressure drop of electrostatic precipitators allow larger flow rate with reasonable energy consumption. Electric filter is also very important. This is used for medical mask. Low temperature plasma generates radicals and ozone that destroy microbes and viruses. High electric field also destroy membrane of microbes. In this talk, I'd like to introduce several early studies that stimulated to use high voltage to control microbes and viruses. Nowadays, many researchers are studying to develop the apparatus that contribute our health. This is the effect of high electric field that attracts the fine dust. This video, the 90-degree side, so the upward is this direction. Oh, just a second. This direction, and when it doesn't work. Oh. When the fingertip approaches to the fibers or dust, then dust are jumping up and attached to the fingertip. Our body is very easily charged up when we walk. In this case, the potential was about 500 volts, and we cannot notice this voltage, but when the finger approaches to the dust, it attracts the fine particles and contaminated. If the dust microbes or viruses, then we have more chance of infection. So we must be very careful about the electrostatic charging. This is kind of negative effect of electrostatics. Using electrostatic force, fine particles are easily removed from airstream. This is a packed bed that can collect particles, and also discharge takes place inside the packed bed, and this produces radicals to oxidize and destroy viruses and microbes. This device was potentially very effective to remove microbes, but until now, necessity for control of viruses in indoor air was rather limited, and this kind of device has not been commercialized yet. This one, researcher applied the electrical discharge to water in vessel. This was made in early 1990s, and they reported the effect of pulsed corona is resembled to that of the radiation. The authors also claimed that After exposure to the pulse corona discharge, nature of the liquid changes to have lethal effect to microbes. This is one of the earliest to report on the effect of non-thermoplasma on liquid. Corona discharge or electrostatic precipitation was used to collect suspended microbes in air. The effect was significant, especially positive corona collected more microbes compared to negative corona. This is the corona discharge device to the culture media. So the microbes suspended in air is collected, and then it forms colonies. When the corona discharge becomes strong, then more microbes are collected. And negative corona, not so much. This is because of the kind of lethal effect of negative corona, because negative corona produces more radicals that oxidize microbes. But anyway, this kind of system is very useful to sample the viruses suspended in air. So nowadays, at this moment, we've been working on the collecting the coronaviruses using this kind of apparatus. The discharge at the tip of the electrode is called the corona discharge, and negative corona produces radicals, and when the radicals is more like ionic, so the ions are produced and reach to the other side, and here microbe exists, and then when the microbes are hit by ion, then it is destroyed. So when with the condition ion reaches to the microbe, then viability of microbe decreased significantly. Another example is the sterilization of liquid by the spark discharge inside the liquid. This is the picture of the discharge inside the liquid, and if we use very short pulse, then very high voltage can be applied even in conductive water, and the spark discharge takes place. And this discharge is accompanied by strong UV radiation, and also the H2O is decomposed to become OH radicals. So those chemical and also the UV is very effective to destroy the microbes. And this compares the effectiveness of the discharge in liquid. Parallel plate, just a high electric field. This is point to point, and discharge takes place, so the UV is radiated. And this one, very effective, energy efficiently destroy the microbes. But this one, only not very energy efficient, but it punctured the membrane of the microbes at lower temperature. So for instance, if we apply this one to orange juice, we can sterilize or reduce the concentration jams, so the orange juice can last very long and without changing the taste much. This is another example of the use of the low temperature plasma. This is called barrier discharge. The electrode on both sides and in between the electrode is inserted the insulating plate and apply the AC voltage, then discharge takes place. This has been used for ozone generation, but if we use argon or helium gas, then those gases ionized, and then this state lasts very long. So we see like the flame is coming out from the electrode, but in fact the temperature is low, so we can touch the ionized gas. But this ionized gas produces radicals in air because the argon gas can ionize air, so the O2 becomes single oxygen radicals, or H2O in air is decomposed to become OH radicals. So this is effective to sterilize the surface of the, for instance, the plastic film for packaging. And this is barrier discharge. This barrier discharge, two metal plate, and in between the metal plate, the insulating plate is inserted and apply the AC voltage. Then the discharge takes place in between the narrow gap between the narrow gaps. And this is called barrier discharge. And this is has been used to produce ozone for a long time. But direct exposure to this discharge is very effective to kill bacteria. So the surface sterilization is effectively made by direct exposure to barrier discharge. Or virus also can be destroyed by the discharge. How the microbes affected by the discharge? So radicals, this study used layered GFP, green fluorescence protein, formed in the microbes. The outer layer or inner and center. Then this microbes in liquid is exposed to the plasma, the barrier discharge. Then the radicals are injected to the liquid, and then radicals also penetrate to the microbes. And green fluorescence protein has a fluorescence, but when it is destroyed by oxidation by the radicals, then fluorescence diminishes. So we can observe the effect of the radicals to destroy the proteins. And this is survivability curve and time of exposure. the excuse me, here completely destroyed. So the fluorescence decays, but still the most outside protein membrane is destroyed, but still it is not completely destroyed. But here, the inside, this layer is the radicals reach to this layer, then the microbes are destroyed. So this graph shows that the radicals are penetrating from outside and to the inside, and then a certain area is destroyed, and then microbes are destroyed. This shows the E. coli directly exposed to the barrier discharge. Then due to the radicals, membrane of the E. coli cell is punctured, and the radicals penetrate to destroy the GFP, because this fluorescence is also from GFP, and then destroy the GFP, then diminishes the fluorescence. And after that, we use another stain that combines to DNA, double-stranded DNA, and then we can observe the fluorescence again, like the same as before. That means the DNA still keeps the form, original form. So DNA is actually more stronger compared to the membrane. But after exposure for longer period of time, then DNA also destroyed. And this is virus. How the virus is destroyed? The virus is made of the protein outer shell and genes inside, and virus attach to the host cell and inject its genes, and they incorporate it to the reproduction system of the host cell, and they incorporate their DNA to this system, and the host cell produces genes of the viruses, and then after infection, more virus is produced. And we use the special virus called the lambda-phage. It's bacteriophage lambda. And this one is very famous because of the this one, and so we at first exposed to the lambda-phage to the plasma, then capsid, the outer shell, or the DNA inside, or both could be destroyed. Then we can remove the DNA and separate. Then we prepare new brand new protein shell and mix together, then we can do, and this one can intake the DNA into the shell and forms the um, virus again. And this one, if this virus is the active, then the DNA was not destroyed. If this one is inactive, then DNA was destroyed. So we check the activity of this DNA. The results indicate that the infectious ability recovered. This result indicates that the main damage to a virus by the exposure to the plasma was to the capsid, the outer protein membrane. So using those high voltage discharge, we can control and inactivate viruses and microbes. Okay, then next. This is electrostatic precipitator that uses the corona discharge to charge particles and then using the electric field to collect the charged particles. And this electrostatic precipitator is very effective to remove suspended viruses and microbes. And this video is an example of the ESP that is working to collect the fine particles. And for the this is the smoke to visualize the airflow, and here is the exhaust from the ESP, and it becomes black. That means the clean air is coming out from the apparatus. And this electrostatic precipitator is very energy efficient because unlike the filters, the pressure drop is very small. So the very small electrical energy, but still the higher flow rate can be achieved. And the electrostatic force, it is also very energy efficient, and that just charge the particles and remove them by electrostatic force. So this is very effective to control the fine suspended particles. So for control of coronaviruses, this is I may say this is pretty very efficient, but it uses high voltage, so we need safe apparatus. The effective improvement is to reduce the operating voltage. Normally, we used to use 10 kV to produce the corona discharge to ionize, to charge particles, but if we use very fine fiber of metals, 10 micrometer diameter, then we can operate the current discharge at 5 or 6 kb. Then safety level can be improved, but also the ozone generation is reduced. Okay. And lower power consumption is also very important characteristics of electrostatic precipitator. Once charged up, and this is positive and negative, and particles, charged particles attached to the plate, then it has the same charge, then pulled back to the space, and like that. So it becomes bigger and also charged up. This is called induction charge, induction charging and agglomeration. So if we combine this one and efficient collector, then we can operate the electrostatic precipitators very energy efficiently. One more important application of the high voltage and electrostatics is the electrolyte filter. The non-woven electrolyte filters are widely used for medical masks because of non-uniform electric field between the fibers. Particles are collected efficiently by Coulomb force and gradient force. By the way, this is mainly made of polypropylene and powders of TiO2 as an impurity. And this, at first, non-woven cross is made by spraying from the nose, the fibers from the nozzle, and then just after, this non-woven cross is exposed to the coronal discharge that inject the charge. But this is this fiber non-woven cross is very insulative. So the when we supply the injected current charge, then it breaks down. So the voltage current characteristics of the coronal discharge with the non-woven filter is like this. And when the breakdown takes place, the current increases because of the charge due to the discharge. Charge multiplication takes place. So when this is the filter performance, just a non-woven filter without charging, the filtration efficiency is not very high, but once the charge is injected by coronal discharge, the performance becomes very high. And this is, if it is washed by soap, the performance drops. This is the corner discharge via characteristics when the non-woven cross is exposed to the corner discharge. Lower pressure, the two curves crossing. This is with the cross, without cross. This as well, but here higher pressure, the two curves doesn't cross. That means breakdown of the cross is not taking place. In this case, the very efficient charge injection can be made. And here, this is lower pressure, so the breakdown is taking place between the crossing point of the via characteristics with and without the cross. And this is filtration efficiency. The breakdown takes place, then filter charge injection is not very good, and the filtration efficiency drops. But with higher pressure, no breakdown takes place, so the charge injection is effective. Then the electric filter performance is also very good. So materials as well as the how to make it, those two improves the efficiency of the electric filter. So the medical mask, the electric filter can remove particles very efficiently, but normally, because the pressure drop, the air is sneaking in from the peripherals. That drops the performance. So this is the another electrostatic apparatus to collect the particles sneaking in from the peripherals. Then we can have the high efficiency of the mask. And maybe you or all of you know that the conventional normal mask made of the medical cloth is not efficient at all. And another one is the mask cover with the electric fan. So the outside the air is introduced into inside, and there is one more mask. So the introduced air is forced to pass through this mask. Then the sneaking in. Then we can breathe the filtrated clean air. This is also very good. So if you are interested in, please try to make those efficient masks. The pandemic has been affecting of society severely, and we all have recognized the importance of health and safety. To protect us, we need scientific knowledge. For COVID-19, one of the most important factors to control the infection is to suppress airborne infection. And electrostatic technologies are able to contribute in various aspects. Control of airborne viruses by electrostatic precipitators and electric filters, and destruction by high voltage discharges. I did not mention in this presentation about the biological application of the high electric field, but Those are also very important. That is such as electrophoresis or dielectrophoresis. Those are widely used in biology. I hope you please try to apply your knowledge to improve our to contribute for our health. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on high voltage applications for the control of infections. I request all the authors to join their respective sessions for the presentation as per the schedule given, and the session links along with the paper IDs is already being shared. So thank you for your participation in 5th International Conference on Electrical, Electronics, Communication, Computer Technologies and Optimization Techniques, ICEECCOT 2021. And we do hope that you people will have a productive and fruitful conference at GSSS IETW. All the best to all of you. Thank you all once again. This is Shilpashri VN, Assistant Professor, Department of EEE, signing off as today's Master of Ceremony.
On behalf of GSSS IETW, I thank all the distinguished keynote speakers across the world, especially Dr. Rajkumar Boya sir and Saifur Rahman sir and Azimo sir from Japan. So thank you very much for your precious time and outpouring your knowledge to all of the research fraternity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reshma. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good.